Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this year's Natolin Energy and Climate Nest Conference. My name is Katja Biedenkopf, and I'm the academic conference coordinator. But I actually haven't done very much, because this is really a student-led event. A group of very committed students has intensively worked on this since October last year, when they started working on the call for papers, to which we received very excellent responses, and you will hear the papers later today. So I think they can already be very proud of what they have achieved and what we will still achieve today. This is the last event of the Energy and Climate Nest this academic year. And all students will leave their protected Natolin nest actually next week, or shorter, this weekend probably, and like little birds, spread their wings and ready for new challenges. But before that, I very much look forward to a full day of interesting discussions on the European Union's external partners in the energy transition. I now would like to give the floor to Ambassador Lokowski, who is joining us online from London. I think we will see him soon. Ambassador Lokowski is the mentor of the Energy and Climate Nest. sharing his tremendous expertise with the students over the course of the academic year. Outside the college, he's the director of the Energy Community Secretariat. Before that, he worked as vice president of the National Fund for Environmental and Water Protection. He also was a member of the Polish Diplomatic Service and served as a special envoy on climate change, also as the Polish ambassador to Austria, and as deputy director for energy security and climate change. So you can tell that the students really could not have had any better mentor on these topics and throughout the year. Ambassador Lokowski will now introduce our keynote speaker, Cristina LOBILLO BORRERO. Ambassador Lokowski, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Biedenkopf. It's a great pleasure having you and collaborating with you for the last couple of months in the course of preparation to this conference. I also would like to share and engage, the words you have already expressed and the gratitude to the students for their commitment in the course of preparation of this conference. It was a long year project, and the fact that we are succeeding today in organization and in having this conference and having a lot of guests in Natolin participating, not only online but also in person, is a sign of the relevance of the discussion and the topic which has been selected for this conference. The topic was is very much valid and very much timely to be discussed today. As you all know, the European Union experienced an unprecedented energy crisis in 2021 and in 2022. This energy crisis started before the war broke out in Ukraine, with Russia meddling the energy markets in the European Union and using its market power for destabilizing first the gas and then electricity market. The war in Ukraine, the Russian unprovoked aggression on Ukraine, accelerated and enhanced the crisis and made the European Union responsible for taking very important policy decisions, how to adjust to the new geostrategic, but also to the new market realities. This process of adjustments to be provided by the European Union is an example of the flexibility and agility of the European Union in dealing with the crisis. And that is the reason I wanted to invite Cristina LOBILLO BORRERO, Director Head of the Energy Platform Task Force in DG ENER, to share with us the keynote address today. Cristina was engaged from the very beginning in establishing the Energy Platform Task Force in DG ENER, the very key and very central part of the administration of the DG ENER of the European Commission, responsible for addressing the challenges stemming from the crisis and from the Russian aggression on Ukraine. The platform presented a series of key new instruments to the member states of the European Union and to the European Parliament, and then successfully implemented this instrument into the policy realities of the European Union. And that is why I believe Cristina LOBILLO BORRERO is the best person to explain the adjustments mechanism which have been taken by the European Union in this regard. Cristina, please, the floor is yours, and I'm very happy that you managed to be with us today, and looking forward to you keynote address.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I want also to say hello, good morning to Professor Biedenkopf and all the students who are part of this Energy and Climate Nest of the College of Europe. And thank you very much for inviting me, for inviting DG ENER to your seminar today. As Ambassador was saying, we are now well in the second year of Russia's full-scale war in Ukraine. And as you know, this has caused hundreds of thousands of casualties and also destroyed towns and cities across the country. A war is always a human tragedy. And in the European Union, we are supporting the people in Ukraine and with all kind of means, but at the same time the war in Ukraine also emphasized the vulnerability that the European Union has when it comes to the energy sector. We were very dependent from Russian fossil fuels, in particular Russian gas. Traditionally, we imported in the European Union 150 BCM, billion cubic meters from Russia. And 2 weeks after the war, our leaders, our political leaders, the 27th head of state and prime minister, decided to have a plan to tackle the situation generated by the war in Ukraine. This plan, I'm sure that you all know, is the Repower EU. It was adopted as a strategy the last May, last year, and it was a response of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And this response was immediate, strong, and united, which is not easy in an European Union with 27 member states. It's just over 1 year since we adopted this strategy that aimed to first to prepare ourselves for the winter with enough gas storage, but also energy efficiency and demand reduction. Second, to speed up the clean energy transition with an increased focus on renewable energies. And finally, the immediate challenge to diversify energy supplies away from Russia and also to phase out the Russian gas by 2027. Repower has delivered on the 3 pillars in 1 year only. The action undertaken under Repower EU allow among the I would say, steepest gas demand decline in history. Overall, the European Union reduced its gas demand by 18% compared to the average of the reference period from August 2017 to March 2022. This translates into 53 billion of cubic meters of gas that was saved, proving that voluntary demand reduction measures in the European Union were effective. What are the challenges ahead? The EU has already agreed to extend the voluntary 15% gas demand reduction target until March the next year. And this will bring a reduction of 60 BCM of gas consumption in the European Union. But for me, there is one element in the Repower that I like very much, that is the deployment, further deployment of clean energy. And the last year was a record when it comes to both energy efficiency and the deployment of renewables in the European Union. Just to give you some figures, the pace of renewable energy capacities installations has accelerated to 16 gigawatts of new wind capacity, and 41 gigawatts of new solar capacity were installed in the European Union. This means an increase of 45% and 47% respectively compared to the previous year. Wind and solar together generated 22% of the EU electricity, overtaking natural gas for the first time, as well as coal. However, there is no doubt that this is not enough. We need to do more, and we need to add, in particular, about 1.5 1.5 times more wind and solar capacity by 2030. In the electricity sector, I also would like to point out that we had a regulation to address the high energy prices. We introduced a market correction mechanism. We also introduced measures to make clear that member states, both administration and companies, have enough gas in the storage. So for the first time, this obligation, this was an obligation, never was an obligation before, but in the context of the crisis, we introduced it as an obligation. And now we have 55% of the filling of our storage. That brings, let's say, a safe situation to start the next filling storage in the European Union. But let me focus now on the energy platform, because the energy platform, as the ambassador was saying, has been established in the European Union for the first time ever. We did not have experience in purchasing jointly gas in the European Union. We had experience with the vaccines in the context of the COVID-19. I'm sure that you are very much aware, but we never had experience in the gas sector. The platform has basically two steps approach on how this joint purchase mechanism work. But before going into that, obviously, we need to have gas from other suppliers different from Russia. And this is also a work that the platform has done in the last year, and we continue to do so. We have replaced Russian gas from basically the US, Norway, Nigeria, Azerbaijan, and Algeria. From the US, we established a task force, European Union and the US. And the last year, two presidential statements in January and March from President Biden and President von der Leyen committed to cooperate on replacing the Russian gas by US LNG. Just to give you a figures, the last year we imported in the European Union around 50 BCM, billion cubic meters of gas, compared to 21 in 2021. So it's more than double the gas that we imported from the US. We have also increased our supplies from Azerbaijan, 40% in 1 year. And Norway as well. Norway has become now the first gas suppliers to the European Union. And as I was mentioning, Algeria and Nigeria and the Gulf countries as well. While we work with all the companies and the administration to get more gas, in parallel, we also work to reduce methane emissions, just to make clear that gas is a transitional source of energy, but we need also to contribute to our decarbonization targets as stemmed from the Paris Agreement. So let me go back now to the mechanism of joint purchase that I was mentioning was the first time in the European Union. And I mean, you know, every time that we have to launch a new mechanism in the European Union, this is everything but easy. Because obviously at the beginning there are some reluctance from the participants, from European companies. All the new strategies, new initiatives always are difficult. But we work a lot for that. We had our regulation adopted as a legal basis. It was the last December. And we started working with a service provider who is a company who helped us to establish the different steps. And basically these steps are two. So the first one is the aggregation of demand. So the platform that we have created allows companies located in member states, but also in the energy community contracting parties, the Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, to show the gas demand that they have. Then we have also the international suppliers. So we have the suppliers of gas to this platform. And member states, obviously, they are obliged to submit this demand aggregation to a volume that is equivalent to the 15% of the gas that is needed to refill the gas storage. So once we have the aggregated demand, that is this 15%, and then the supply of gas from the international supplier could be, as I was mentioning, Norway, Azerbaijan, the US, companies from all these countries. The second step is the voluntary purchase of gas. there is no any obligation to use the platform. So the platform is completely voluntary. Once the demand and the supply are matched and done by this platform that we have created, it's a new phase at the start that concerns the negotiation and conclusion of the contract. But obviously this happens completely out of the Commission, let's say, premises. So the Commission is just receive the report of the contract that has been concluded, but obviously as administration, we do not intervene in the negotiation of the contract that is happening between the companies. The result of the first round of the tender, the first tender was launched in May, was really impressive and even went beyond our expectations. We have so far more than 130 companies subscribed in this platform. And the 64 companies from across Europe submitted this gas demand, demonstrating also the strong interest. So in the first round, more than 11.6 billion of cubic meters of gas demand was submitted for the next 12 months. That is very close to the 13.4 BCM, that is the compulsory volume, this 15% that I was mentioning before, that is needed to refill the gas storage in the European Union. We managed to match 10.7 billion of cubic meters in the European Union. And now we are in the process, as I was mentioning, to conclude this contract. The beauty of the platform is, I would say, twofold. The first one is that we contribute to secure security or to ensure security of supply in the European Union, but also the fact that we have different bids to match the gas demand allows that the cheapest offer are retained, while the most expensive offers, the most expensive gas prices are excluded. So somehow this also contributes to have better price for this gas that is purchased jointly in the platform. But allow me to touch upon another important topic that is very much related to the work of the platform and also to the repower, and is the recovery and resilient plans and repower chapter. We, the European Union, we gave additional money to amend the recovery and resilient plans that you may remember that were this main and central element of the Next Generation EU, in particular the recovery and resilience facility. So we open these plans just to have an additional chapter that is very much linked to the need to speed up the energy transition, but also to include some measures related to some gas infrastructure that are needed to ensure that Russian gas is replaced as soon as possible. Overall, 270 billion were made available through this recovery and resilience facility to support the whole repower objectives. And 20 billion are additional grants that are dedicated to this repower chapter. We so far we have seen the submission of 7 member states plans that are now with the Commission assessing the different elements. 7 could not be seen as a high number, but if we take into account the enormous work that this entails, I think it's a very good start, and we are now working with all member states that need to engage with the Commission to submit the plans repower that is very much complementary to the work that is being doing in the platform, and also with other emergency measures that we adopted the last year. We believe that all these measures have, we say, saved the last winter in the European Union. Today, currently, the gas prices are much lower than the last year. During the last days, we have seen some volatility on gas prices from 24 euro megawatt hour to 37 and even 39. But these prices are much lower than the ones that we experienced the last year in August, where we reached even prices beyond 300 euro megawatt hour. That put the European Union in a very dramatic and difficult situation when it comes to the electricity bills and the heating bills that the citizens in the European Union had to pay. So we have reasons to be proud of all the work that we did in the European Union with our member states, also with all the stakeholders. So far, we can say that the European Union can afford the electricity, the gas that we consume, but we had to remain vigilant. We have still Russian gas in the storage, but probably, very soon, this Russian gas will have to be completely phased out. And we need to make sure that this is replaced by other reliable gas suppliers in the European Union. At the same time, we are now working very intensively to prepare the COP28. The COP28 is for the European Union one of the most important initiatives that take place in the year. And we go to the COP with important initiative on financing, on the global stock taking. But there is one initiative that I want to highlight today, is that President von der Leyen at the Major Economies Forum the last April, she announced that the whole world should endorse global targets for both renewables and energy efficiency. And we are now working with the like-minded countries in order to make it happen, in order to have this global announcement at the COP in Dubai by the end of the year. So thank you very much again for giving me the opportunity to share with you all this information, and looking forward to cooperating with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope you have another 15 minutes for some questions. Fantastic. So I now would like to open the floor to questions, comments, reactions by anyone from the audience. I spoke to someone earlier who had a question. Can't see him now. Do you have? Can I ask you to move to the mic to ask your question, because then the audio will be better. And please introduce yourself very briefly.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Super. Thanks. I'm Sebastian from France, and I'm a student of the College of Europe. I feel like all you're talking about, it's the energy transition, of course, but it's also very much an industrial process, an industrial transition. And in this sense, in this regard, I would like to know how have you perceived maybe increased relationship with DG GROW, the interaction between DG ENER and DG GROW? Because I feel like, for instance, with the Net Zero Industry Act, we see that the Commission, especially DG GROW and DG ENER, are working together towards maybe something that one could call industrial policy, green industrial policy. And to me, it makes much more sense than what have been done so far in the EU energy policy and also industrial policy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sebastiano. Indeed, when we have crises in the European Union, we are obviously obliged more than ever to work together, and this is the case. We have always worked very closely to DG GROW, not only DG ENER, also other DGs in the Commission, because GROW is, as you have very rightly pointed out, the industrial leg of all the EU policy. What we have done with DG GROW, basically, and it's very much linked to the Net Zero Industrial Act, but also I would like to draw your attention of the communication on the economic security that was adopted by the College of Commissioners recently, a couple of days ago, where we identify which are the major risks that we have in the European Union, that we have experienced both with COVID, but with the Ukrainian war as well, and how to help our industry in the European Union to cope with the challenge. So here, the risks are several when it comes to the different industry sector in the European Union. So some of them are regulatory. So we need to provide the right regulatory framework that gives predictability to the industry, and we are doing so in hand with DG GROW. And also we need to ensure that the investment that are needed will be available. And here, obviously, the investment are not only public, are basically need to come from the private sector. And so with DG GROW, we are also working to create let's say the appropriate framework just to attract this investment. But I would like to give you two examples, not to look very theoretical. So with DG GROW, we created also the Battery Alliance that is very much linked to the reduction of CO2 emissions in the automobile sector. And also we created this hydrogen alliance. So we are working with DG GROW on the from DG ENER we work to create the legal framework with the European Parliament and the Council. And we are also a very active part of the Hydrogen Bank with DG GROW. But with DG GROW, we have also this alliance of hydrogen that includes specific companies who want to develop renewable hydrogen in the future. So obviously, I mean, your point is very valid. Now what we need is to have a real industrial strategy in the European Union. And I believe that this Net Zero Industrial Act is the right basis for that. Now we are working, all services in the Commission, to prepare the legislation and that is needed to both to give predictability and also to attract the investment.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Yes, may I invite you to the microphone?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Pablo, also a student from the College of Europe. So my question is, what are the expectations that you bring to the next COP in Dubai? I know the last one in Sharm el-Sheikh was a bit difficult, with some countries not very eager to accept the climate objectives of the European Union. So what are your objectives for this COP? What are you intending to bring here into the table? And that's it, basically. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Well, obviously, as European Union, we always have strong expectations for the COP. And maybe allow me to share with you a reflection that I think is important to bear in mind. I think that the European Union is able to have the leadership in the COP negotiation for two reasons. First, because we had the highest targets when it comes to greenhouse emission reduction, also renewables and energy efficiency policies, but also because we are credible. And we are credible because we have the legislation that makes sure that obviously these targets will be achieved. Having said that, obviously the COP are very difficult, let's say, negotiating environment, obviously because we have more than 150 countries in the world that we need to achieve or to land in common grounds. The COP in Sharm el-Sheikh was not easy, and some, it was decided to have the global stock taking and also the compromise on financing. I would like to call your attention that today in Paris, that leaders are meeting in Paris just to discuss on the climate financing that will be needed to achieve the climate goals. Obviously, as European Union, we want to see that all parties of the Paris Agreement contribute to the global stock taking, and also that brings the updated national determined contributions. So this is one of our main objectives in the COP, and the financing as well. So there is a commitment, in particular from the developed countries, to contribute to this climate fund, and we are not there yet. But obviously I work in DG ENER. I'm not an expert. I have some background on climate, but it will be better if you invite some colleagues from DG Climate to give you the very precise information on the negotiations, the preparation of the negotiation in Dubai. But you mentioned what were our expectations. And when it comes to energy policy, I was mentioning this initiative on the global targets for both renewables and energy efficiency. And this is new. So it was an initiative, an announcement by Ursula von der Leyen in the Major Economies Forum. And maybe to give you an idea on all the effort that we have to do globally on renewables. So for 2030, we'll have to triple, to multiply per 3, the current figure that we have for both production and consumption of renewable energy. And we have to multiply per 2 the energy efficiency, so the energy saving that we have in the world so far. So from the energy perspective, these global targets on both energy efficiency and energy are, for us, maybe the most important deliverable when it comes to energy policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have more reactions or comments? Otherwise, then I'll abuse my position, and I have a question which very much follows up on what you already mentioned. You're, of course, based in DG ENER, but work closely with your colleagues from DG Climate. And So I was wondering, to what extent has this major shock of the Ukraine war and REPowerEU and all the initiatives that you so accurately described and explained to us, did that have any impact on the balance between climate and energy interests, and also short-term interests versus long-term interests? We have President Macron calling for a pause on climate policy. So what is your assessment on this balance? Have we achieved everything we wanted on climate, or has this energy crisis in a way put a brake or slowed it down, or maybe accelerated? I guess you can see it both ways, of course.
Yes, no, I mean, this is a very, very interesting question. And well, first of all, I think that there is something that we need to be clear about that. There is no any contradiction between energy security and accelerating the energy transition. On the contrary, for us, accelerating the energy transition implies more energy security for a very simple reasons. You know that in the European Union, we import 90% of the gas that we consume in the European Union. So we are fully dependent. And obviously, as far as we accelerate the energy transition, we will be able to have our own production of renewables, our own technologies for energy efficiency, green hydrogen, biomass, biomethane. So this is something that we consider very, not, as I was saying, not contradictory, but complementary. So here, obviously, we need to be realistic and also to put the figures, to look at the figures that we have on the table today. We still have a significant part of fossil fuels in our energy mix to heating, to industrial uses, but also to produce electricity. Today, around 20 to 25% of electricity in the European Union is produced with gas. So we have to be realistic and to understand that for some years we will need a gas in our system. But we are, as I was mentioning, we are also working with our gas suppliers to reduce methane emission reduction. And here, this is a joint work that we are doing with DG Clima, but also with our External Action Service. We managed to have this global methane pledge to reduce 30% of methane emission reduction by 2030. And this initiative was joint initiative US and EU, and was presented 2 COPs ago, so 2 years ago, the COP26. And this initiative was joined by more than 130 countries. So this also means that all the work that we're doing very much related to energy has also an impact when it comes to the reduction of emission. So I don't think that there is any somehow divergence. On the contrary, I think that you know that 75%, the production and consumption of energy means 75% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So that's the reason why energy is the main vector to reduce, to contribute to climate goals. So that's the reason why energy, clima are somehow, together are the two sides of the same coin. And again, as far as we accelerate the energy transition, we'll achieve the climate goals, and also we will be more independent, and all the measures will be more economically viable. So we will not be able to create any stranded asset. So, in a nutshell, more cooperation and synergies between climate and energy policies, more than ever, I would say. Thank you.
A great challenge, I suppose. We have
Indeed.
one last chance for a small, short question. Otherwise, we're perfect on time. Okay, that chance is gone. So it only leaves me to thank very much Mrs. LOBILLO BORRERO and Ambassador Lukowski for sharing their insights with us and for kicking off this conference with a very nice scene setter providing the bigger picture. We will now break for a short coffee break before starting with the first panel. During that break, you can, of course, continue discussions, but I also would like to invite you to have a look at this table in the corner there, where the College of Europe Library actually provides a nice selection of literature pertaining to climate and energy policy and the topic of this conference. And I just would like to highlight the book at the very front, which is actually the output of the very first Climate and Energy Nest conference that took place in 2020. And this is what we're aiming for over the next year as a result of this conference as well. So enjoy the coffee and the reading, and we'll see each other again in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency Ambassador Lokowski, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, welcome back from the coffee break. Welcome to those who are new and joined our conference just now. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the first panel on EU energy diplomacy and external energy partnerships, which I am chairing and will guide you through today. My name is Anna-Lorin Mundorf. I am a German student of EU Interdisciplinary Studies here at the College of Europe in Natolin. I focus both academically and professionally also on the nexus of EU energy and foreign policy myself, with a particular focus on the EU's neighborhoods. And well, as we just heard already from our previous speakers, and as you all know and can feel it yourself, we are witnessing more than challenging times these days in the field of energy diplomacy. The energy transition in itself already implies profound systemic changes and socioeconomic challenges on our pathway towards climate neutrality to ensure both our economic and environmental well-being. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine did nothing but endanger our energy and overall security, as again highlighted by our previous speakers, and it marked another turning point for the EU's and its member states' external energy relations. EU actors now have to find a balance between both the EU's low-carbon aspirations to fight climate change and short-term security measures to ensure supply security over the next months and years to come. But at the same time, energy diplomacy and partnerships are not only about the EU's interests at the supranational level. It's also about internal competence and power struggles, about external partners' interests, their conditions, and the broader geopolitical and historic context of our foreign relations. What our panel will actually cover in the next 1.5 hours. On that note, and without further ado, it's my pleasure to welcome and introduce you to our 4 panelists of the first panel today, which I will introduce one after another while they're taking the floor for their presentation of their individual papers. Welcome, everyone. And, well, ahead in advance, my sincere apologies for my very German pronunciation of your names. I practice, I do my best. Yeah, with this in mind, I will welcome our first panelist of today, which is with us online, Ana Valverde Serrano. She is the president of the Energy Group of the College of Europe in Bruges. And before studying IRD at the college, she worked as a parliamentary assistant to an MEP and was responsible for the Fit for 55 package. She has a background in law and IR. And with this, I would like to give you the floor, Anna, for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. There you go. Hello, everyone. Thank you very, very much for inviting me, and thank you, especially Alvaro, for making all this happen. I would like to once again also thank you for allowing me to be online, which I know is not a given, but especially given the topic of the conference on energy transition, it's more and more important that we contribute also our bit to reduce the emissions of the aviation sector. Without further ado, let me present the topic of my article, still in the making, under the title of The Time for Energy Transition, Diplomacy, an Opportunity for the Commission to Step In. So this topic was chosen in the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where, as everyone knows, the member states and the Commission very decisively limited the imports of Russian fossil fuels. And in this context, it seemed that the Commission was taking a more active role in energy diplomacy, stepping into member states' competences on energy diplomacy. So we also, for example, Ursula von der Leyen or Commissioner Kadri Simpson traveling to Azerbaijan, Algeria, or Egypt to increase the gas or hydrogen imports to the EU. So, and one of the most symbolic measures that Cristina Lobillo very thoroughly explained in her keynote speech is the energy platform, where member states agreed for the first time to jointly purchase 15% of their storage obligations on gas, which, by the way, was already proposed in 2015, but was met with a lot of criticism, precisely because this was incurring into their competences on energy diplomacy. So in this context, we may ask ourselves, so is the Commission stepping into member states' competences? What are the limits to the Commission's powers in energy diplomacy? And how has it increased so much these powers despite the limited legal basis? To put some order to all these ideas, I depart from the research question, how has the war in Ukraine changed the distribution of powers in energy diplomacy? To give response to these questions, I use the framework of analysis proposed by Kingdom, the multiple streams framework. This framework of analysis attempts to explain policy change, and more importantly, it creates the concept of policy entrepreneurs who use, so put their ideas on the table to push for policy change. And there are different mechanisms to do this that I explain in my article. But more importantly, I'd like to mention that policy entrepreneurs use certain events such as a pandemic or political elections or crisis to use these events to put their preferred policy option on the table and allow for policy change and the adoption of new policies. So already to give you a hint of the two main arguments that I defend in my article, the first one is that the Commission is indeed behaving as a policy entrepreneur by seizing a policy window opened by the war in Ukraine to increase its energy diplomacy powers. How has it done so? So actually, this was more or less already explained or hinted by Cristina Lobillo. It has done so by portraying a European response based on the decarbonization of the energy sector as the best possible response for tackling the security of supply concerns. She mentioned, for example, that accelerating the energy transition means more energy security, and that indeed they are not contradictory objectives, but on the contrary, that they are complementary. Secondly, I argue that this more active involvement of the Commission and the fact under the discourse of decarbonization as the solution for the energy security of supply problems is giving rise to a new subtype of energy diplomacy, which I call energy transition diplomacy. And this type of subtype of energy diplomacy lies between climate diplomacy and energy diplomacy. I will explain it more in detail later on. So moving on to the two main arguments, let me first focus on the first argument of the expansion of powers of the Commission behaving as a policy entrepreneur. In this regard, we need to depart from the fact that energy policy is a shared competence. However, energy diplomacy has traditionally been reserved for member states. According to Article 194 of the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union, this says that member states have the exclusive right to choose the energy source of their energy mix. However, more and more, so although the Commission per se does not have these powers of energy diplomacy, it has been expanding its role in energy diplomacy through the doctrine of implied powers, which defends that it can extend its internal competences externally to achieve the general objectives of EU energy policy. So more and more, the Commission is capitalizing on its expertise on other policies, mainly climate, environment, trade, or development, for example, to defend that it has the expertise and the monopoly of knowledge on these issues, and that is the best possible actor to respond to actually intervene in energy diplomacy. Throughout the last decade, the Commission has used the climate frame to guide its energy policy. Cristina mentioned that energy and climate policies or diplomacies are two sides of the same coin. And indeed, this has been captured in the European Green Deal, which sets ambitious targets for energy sector to tackle global warming comprehensively. This has obtained substantial political support. And then in 2022, when the war in Ukraine started, this posed a pressing problem of security of energy supplies. And this was used by the Commission to argue that renewables, where the Commission has been developing this expertise throughout the last years, are the solution to get us out of the energy crisis and our energy dependencies. For example, in Repower EU, that has already been mentioned a little bit, the use of renewables by 2030 was raised to 45%, compared to the 40% proposed the previous year. In the end, member states agreed to have a mandatory target of 42.5% in the Renewables Energy Directive. So, drawing from the famous energy policy trilemma that is the basis of energy policy used by many scholars, it seems that the Commission is now prioritizing on the sustainability and security of supply at the expense of competitiveness. So in this regard, it seems that in order to balance the trilemma, the Commission has found itself with no other choice than to intervene more in the energy market to ensure this minimum level of competitiveness through measures such as the market correction mechanism, for example. So as a result, I defend that the energy policy triangle under this new securitization of energy transition frame should look more like a reverse triangle, as you can see in the presentation. And moving on to the second argument, this redistribution of powers is translated also in the way that energy diplomacy is understood to be. Although there's no commonly agreed definition in the literature about energy diplomacy, more or less using all the existing definitions, conceptualizations of it, we can say that energy diplomacy is a form of diplomacy that can involve a multiplicity of factors to secure energy supply, ensure competitiveness, or sustainability objectives. Now, we are in front of an energy diplomacy where the objectives overlap with the decarbonization objectives of the climate diplomacy. And it is in this overlap that we find the energy transition diplomacy. If we take a look at the 2021 Council conclusions on climate and energy diplomacies, they recognize the primary goal of energy diplomacy as the acceleration of the global energy transition. This is also very well illustrated by former Commissioner Andris Piebalg, which I interviewed for this article, and he said that in this new paradigm, we cannot separate climate and energy diplomacies. They are naturally coming closer and closer together. So to better understand the concept of this new energy transition diplomacy, I have developed 5 indicators, objectives, actors, instruments, time horizon, and forms of engagement, to explain thoroughly the characteristics of this new subtype or hybrid energy transition diplomacy. To give you a hint, a little bit of what is the new concept entails, this has a stronger involvement of the European Commission. It's led by the European Commission instead in contrast to the traditional energy diplomacy led by member states, and involves an increasing number of actors, including the EAS, all the DGs in the Commission, and the member states, in addition to obviously civil society, private sector, etc. And furthermore, there's an increased dialogue with partners, but often this does not take into account the negative collateral effects on them. I believe that the effects of the CBAM will be explained later on in another panel. I hope that this could be further explained as well. And these effects are being studied more and more, but this is still in developing. Overall, the energy transition diplomacy, we can say that it's presented as a normative aspiration rather than an empirical reality that we are not carrying out. So it's more of an aspiration that we aim to. Finally, with this, I'd like to mention some of the implications of these two conclusions. To start with, it is relevant to raise the debate on what are the limitations of this increase of powers on energy diplomacy by the Commission. On top of that, it's important to better understand the concept of energy diplomacy, which, as it has been understood nowadays in the policy documents, overlaps with climate diplomacy. And it's very important to get a better idea of what this concept entails, to also better understand who should be the competent authorities to carry out energy diplomacy, energy transition diplomacy, and climate diplomacy, respectively. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, now it's working. Thank you very much for your presentation on the Commission's ever-evolving role in EU energy diplomacy. I think it was very insightful, and look forward to touching upon it more in detail in our discussion. If I may now introduce you to our second panelist today, Professor Jarosław Pietras. Welcome. He's a visiting professor at the College of Europe in Bruges, a senior research associate at the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies, and holds a PhD in economics from the University of Warsaw, where he is teaching as well. And politically, you have also a very impressive CV, I must admit. Between 1990 and 2006, he worked for the Polish government in different functions, amongst others as Secretary of State in the Ministry of Finance and as Secretary of State for European Affairs, and served between 2008 and 2020 as Director General in the General Secretariat at the Council of the EU, among other topics, working on environment and energy affairs as well. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have been here in Natolin, I think, in 1994 for the first time. So it was a bit earlier than most of you have been visited Natolin. This was not existing, obviously, but there were a number of other things here. So I'm coming back home, in a sense, here. I wanted to speak on an aspect which was just mentioned by Anna Valverde. I think I was provoked by the fact that I have met in Brussels a colleague who used to work for climate diplomacy in European External Action Service. And then when I talked to him, he said, no, I'm now dealing with energy diplomacy. And it provoked me to think, what is the difference between the two? And what are the ramifications? If I will continue to change microphones all the time, then... and how you should approach these two things from a different, from a just analytical point of view. You have to look, you have to see what are the limitations and what is the effectiveness? Because I had a doubt whether EU could make an equally effective energy diplomacy compared to climate diplomacy, because there are huge differences between the two issues. So I was trying to look at it, and it was a kind of a provocation that provoked me to write on this. And I started with looking at normative power, Europe having a normative power. So, first of all, you have to understand that the term we use is either external action or foreign policy or diplomacy. And that's, there are two different elements. But I think there is a kind of a hierarchy of it that you have to take into account. Just to have a very simple scheme of my understanding of these things, I thought that if you've got an external frontier of the EU and you've got someone else having a frontier, then normally we've got interests and our actions which are directed towards others. Sorry, I have pressed probably not the wrong button. Yeah? Yeah, okay. Sorry. It's a small device, but... And you've got interests of EU and interests of others. And then you find a kind of a cooperating via diplomatic force to make sure that you find a common ground between the two. But it's not always like this. You could have a, because this is respecting mutual interests. We are respecting what other, but you could have also countries having interests, and then you try to change this interest. You try to affect this interest, and you could do it using a kind of a coercion. You could use a coercion not only by military means, but you obviously have also, and Ukraine has reminded that it could be also a military action. But there are different other ways how you could use coercion. And I think that European Union is not good in having foreign policy based on coercion. It's much more, it's much better when it has got impact with norms, with standards, with a way of behavior. It is kind of the world view that we have, how European looks at how world should work. And therefore, we want other countries to respect human rights. We want other countries to respect workers' rights. We want other countries to deal with climate and environment and so on. And we are extending to other countries our views, trying to make that they are accepting these views. And obviously, it is much easier when our views are also helping other countries to extend to us the effect of what they are doing. So if others are having actions which are in response to what we do, it might be that something is coming out of that, which is much more than respecting mutual interests, but it's creating something in addition. So it's common interests. And then I am using a common good, a concept of a common good, and the climate is a common good which should be shared by and could be held by everyone. So environment and climate issues have been always present in the EU foreign policy. I was looking how this clock is ticking, and it's very quickly, so I will be going very quickly. The one thing which is important is that you have to have a consistency. And the European Union with their own policies should be consistent with what is presenting outside and what is doing inside. Without this consistency, it is incredible. It is kind of a hypocrisy that you could very often see. So there are some relationship between what you do internally and what you want others to do. Therefore, normative power, Europe is based on a kind of a soft approach, which is trying to share, to promote the views that, or norms or values that Europe has, in a way of rather persuasion than other things else. And this comes from what Europe is doing, and is, again, sorry. But obviously you could say Europe is not a uniform body. It's not very uniform. It's divided internally. And therefore, even in Europe, you could have a different approaches to the same issue. And the difference is that now we are faced with a conflict in Ukraine, which have shown the limitation for trying to extend these soft powers and being effective with the soft powers when you've got a hard type conflict. But I think despite that, in many other areas, the issue of normative power Europe is a valid concept. I will skip that because there is time limitations. And the climate diplomacy is obviously having focused on issues which are very dear to the European policies, and also which are part of the internal EU policy. So it is something which is very deeply rooted in the European inside work, but therefore is very a pertinent component of everything which is done in externally, including development policy, including international cooperation, and so on and so on. Energy diplomacy is a bit different in this sense, because energy diplomacy focuses on securing reliable and affordable energy supplies. So it is responding more to the interests of the EU. Whereas in a climate, we are addressing a global problem. Whereas in energy, we are saying we are addressing our own problems. And sometimes it is in a contradiction with interests of others. If we are buying gas from the world market, we are increasing price of the gas, and therefore we are affecting others. Because we care about our own supplies and security of our own sources of energy, we are in the same way affecting others. So in this sense, there is a huge difference between what we could do in energy and what we could do in climate. And it's differently seen by others. So in promoting worldview, we are looking at what Europe could expect other countries to do on various soft things. I will skip this as well because my time is there. I will share the presentation so you could see all those elements that I wanted to make. But I wanted to say on few most important elements. Climate here is considered as a global commons. There is a concept which is called tragedy of commons, because when you use commons, they're normally overused. And the same happens with the climate. So when Europe is addressing a global commons, it's saying we act in a global interest, and therefore it is something which is important not only for us, but it is important for everyone else, and therefore we expect others to join us in this effort. Let's finish. And there is a number of references to that. Sorry, I see that my time is de facto over. The issue that I wanted to underline is a question of coherence or consistency between EU domestic climate policy and the issue of foreign or climate diplomacy. And because EU is doing many things internally very consistently, therefore it is much more entitled to say the same things outside. However, there are some difficulties here because, for example, Europe is taking measures like CBAM, which are unilateral, and are trying to extend much more internal EU policies to other countries. And this is, it may look not very significant. However, there is a problem because Europe at the same time has been part of a global discussion. I give you just one example. If we are engaged in COP, whichever it is the number, then you are respecting the outcomes of the earlier COPs, including Paris Agreement. And then in the Paris Agreement, Europe have agreed that everyone else will contribute to the process according to the nationally determined process. If it's nationally determined process, CBAM is forcing to do a bit more. So, in a sense, is disregarding what has been agreed and negotiated in the Paris Agreement. How we can expect other countries to negotiate the next steps within the UN FCCC process if we say, whatever you agree, we've got a new tool to force you to do more. So either there is an inconsistency here, and I have explained this a bit more in my paper, and you could read it if you wish, and I will skip probably, I will skip everything else.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yeah, thank you a lot. I think your normative approach to the topic really highlighted the nexus of the internal and external dimension of the topic that we're discussing today. And I think it's the perfect transition from the first paper that took this inward-looking approach to more regional perspectives on the topic of today. And yes, it's my pleasure and honor to introduce two of my fellow students and colleagues here at the college. At first, Tomasz Opremski. I invite you to take your position. He's also studying, as I said here, EU Interdisciplinary Studies in Natolin. He is president of the Polish Forum of Young Diplomats in Poland. And prior to the college, he studied international economics and IR at universities in Warsaw and Aalborg in Denmark, with exchanges in Taiwan and Beijing, after having gained first professional experience in consulting. Tomasz, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Did we switch the presentation? Okay, good morning everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and to conclude my academic adventure, academic year here in Natolin with this presentation, which presents finding of my master's thesis basically, and what I was working for the last couple of months. And it's a great pleasure to present it in front of both professionals and my colleagues and friends. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I think we are still on the previous presentation. As Anna already said, it's a good transition to the presentation of Professor Pietras, because I'm going to talk about this consistency, how this lack of consistency between internal and external policies affects our partners, especially ASEAN. Do we have technical problems?
Maybe wait a minute.
Okay.
I think we have some technical issues here with the presentation. Not sure if we can solve it in a minute, but we will see. There it is, and here you go.
Yes, so I'm going to talk about the European Union and the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Both are considered to be the two largest successfully integrated regional projects. They are similar, but they are different. The EU is supranational, ASEAN is intergovernmental, EU is single market, ASEAN is only free trade area, EU is much culturally coherent, while ASEAN much more diverse. But both share the same commitment to multilateral order, to the open trade system, and both are facing big stress because of the growing protectionism and intensifying US-China rivalry. And as more interest of the EU lies in East Asia, EU also sees ASEAN and the concept of ASEAN centrality as a way to actually get involved into dialogue formats in Asia. ASEAN centrality is a concept of putting ASEAN in the center of formats as East Asian Summit, ASEM, ASEAN +3, ASEAN +6, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So by engaging in ASEAN, with ASEAN, the EU can be actually norm diffuser in the region to a larger extent. Because of intensifying US-China rivalry in 2020, the partnership has been finally raised to the strategic level. The strategic sounds fancy, but it's nothing new. The EU already has a strategic partnership with many countries, including Gulf states, the neighborhood. There are many voices that actually there is too many strategic partnerships, and ASEAN also has strategic partnership with China, South Korea, even Russia and India. And last December, there was the very first summit between head of states of both formats, apart from Myanmar, which is banned from entry to the EU. And two buzzwords, I would like today to discuss two buzzwords that are constantly repeated in the EU-ASEAN interaction. First is Global Gateway Initiative, and then energy transition, which is more topic of today's presentation and today's conference. But Global Gateway Initiative is at the forefront of the energy transition because it's supposed to invest in infrastructure, primarily in the energy transition and energy infrastructure. But I would like to focus how it's actually perceived by the rest of the world, digging a bit deeper into the literature outside of the Europe, because as we know, Geopolitical Commission introduced this as a flagship project, but other countries are asking questions that, okay, for almost 300 billion euros, but where does it come from? So first, with grants, it's only 18 billion euros. Then the rest should be raised by Team Europe approach, which means it's both EU institutions as well as member states. And as much as certain countries can imagine German and French investments, which are already actually happening in the region, it's way harder to imagine that Poland or Central Eastern Europe is going to contribute to this project as well. And it's absolutely necessary for it to be successful. Then the countries that are supposed to participate in Global Gateway initiatives are also asking questions, what's new about Global Gateway? Because although it has never been clearly stated, it's quite obvious that Global Gateway initiative is an alternative model to the Belt and Road initiative. And Belt and Road has not been as successful as EU FDIs, but maybe more successful narrative-wise. With absolute numbers, the EU remains the most important aid provider, but lacks recognizability. So basically, GGI serve as some kind of umbrella. We all know this list of abbreviation of EU policies, instruments, programs. Here with GGI, they can be gathered under one umbrella and under one brand of selling the EU image abroad. But basically, it doesn't bring anything new to the table. And another issue is that the EU aid for many years was not only about infrastructure, but also about social resilience, promoting civil engagement, governance, social protection, conflict resolution. And in case of, for example, ASEAN, programs such as ARISE has been the third edition of this project, which is increasing social resilience of these countries in ASEAN, has not been established, which brings a lot of skepticism that the Commission right now puts infrastructure at the core of geopolitics and neglects other issues that has been at the center of the EU attention previously. And the fourth, can it actually compete with programs such as BRI? Like if anybody of us has ever been to ASEAN countries or Global South, like the infrastructure gap is so big that Global Gateway is not an alternative, but maybe a counterweight. We need to understand that that more programs like Build Back Better World of the United States, UK, Japanese, G7 programs, they're all necessary, and the countries are not going to pick and choose, but actually take every fund provider possible. And basically, out of these 300 billion euros, only 10 has been promised to ASEAN. In December, during the commemorative summit, which was like the top of increasing the relationship between ASEAN and the EU to the strategic level, Ursula von der Leyen has promised 10 billion euros out of these 300 to ASEAN, less than 3%. Of course, Global Gateway is also focused on the neighborhood, on Africa, but there is a question if the partnership with ASEAN is truly strategic, if the EU is committing less than around 3% of the entire budget to this region. And regarding the energy transition, where those projects are going to go, unfortunately, ASEAN countries do not have capability to develop much of the current renewable energy sources. It is a very highly populated area, and in those regions where it's not populated, it's a jungle or basically steepy mountainous region. So there is not many places where you could build wind farms and solar panels. The only option left is offshore winding, which of course is an option, but very expensive. And also the region is nuclear-free zone. There are some discussions, but very minor one about nuclear energy, and it's not on the table currently. So basically, there is this first inconsistency that we are still using gas in Europe as a bridge fuel, but we are not developing any kind of hydrocarbon or fossil fuels projects abroad. While here, gas will be really needed, because also, especially in the decarbonization of the economy, Indonesia still invests in coal mining. The region sits on amazing gas, an insanely big gas resources and coals, and of the coal, and it lacks infrastructure to extract it and actually use it. And the only way to actually cut significantly emissions right now is to regasify coal plants, which the EU does not want to do. So ASEAN is seeking another partners that are also investing in coal instead. When it comes to biofuels, hydrogen, new investment in new electric vehicle infrastructure, it requires electrification, and electricity also, the same with hydrogen, has to be provided to a certain extent from renewables or gas. It's still less emission than actually coal. The positive thing is joint energy transition partnerships. It's an effect of UNFCCC. Basically, so far, 3 agreements, multilateral agreements for just transition has been signed with South Africa, Indonesia, and Vietnam. With Vietnam, it was signed during EU-ASEAN summit, which shows the relevance of the maintaining high-level contacts between both formats. But nevertheless, it is still not enough. Those are the partnerships between US, EU, UK, Japan, Norway, certain member states. This is really multi-dollar partnerships, but despite this fact, Indonesia still remains to invest in coal, basically to push the West more to help it with the gasification of its industry. And then we have a problematic cases of Indonesia and Malaysia. Those are 2 main countries of the ASEAN. We can compare it to France and Germany. Nothing in ASEAN happens without those 2. And then they will steer actually a relationship with the ASEAN. They also have the major gas resources that the EU was buying after Russian invasion, which also was not welcomed by other countries in the region beyond ASEAN, including Bangladesh, that they were not able to compete with the European buyers on the market. But at the same time, EU does not want to increase the extraction of the gas in those regions. That could help as that could serve as a backbone of the economy and the competitiveness of the region. There are also halted FTA talks. Of course, the cherry on the cake of the EU-ASEAN relationship is the region-to-region FTA. So far, EU has signed such agreement only with Vietnam and Singapore, but once it's signed with Indonesia and Malaysia, there can be a snowball effect. But there are protectionistic disputes about nickel and cobalt ban on export of Indonesia, palm oil ban of the EU, deforestation disputes. Those are not essential things for economies neither of the EU or Indonesia and Malaysia, but they are tit-for-tat approaches that are that on one hand both formats are brought closer to each other because of the commitment to multilateralism, but on the other hand they are having open disputes at WTO. And potentially gas investments is another reason for a conflict on WTO on the horizon. So unless the relationship with Indonesia and Malaysia are settled, the strategic partnership will remain on the paper. And just to conclude, it's very important right now the EU has signed many strategic partnerships already, and what is common for all of them is that they are on the paper existing for 2 years and then everybody forgets about them. And this is the crucial moment for keeping the momentum in the EU-ASEAN relationship. It's not a perfect moment because of the Russian invasion on Ukraine. A lot of funds from, for example, European Peace Facility, which were supposed to be also devoted to increase the capacity of the region, have been steered to Ukraine. So the momentum has to be kept and the disputes have to be resolved. By listening to another, those disputes about nickel and cobalt, palm oil can be easily settled if both parties are willing to do so. I think we are maybe not that aware of it, but 3 weeks ago there was a summit between Malaysian and Indonesian presidents, and palm oil dispute was on the top of their agenda. So it's really driving issues in the region. the EU could steer more joint energy transition partnership with Philippines, with Thailand, currently negotiated. Those investments also go under Global Gateway initiatives, so here the negotiation power of the EU is still very huge and should continue to be used. But also, this is highly controversial, but I argue that the EU should find more common ground with Belt and Road Initiative, because otherwise the fragmentation of the economy with investments from various actors will create eventually more frictions and more conflict. And this is not alternative, but rather the counterweight. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for going over.
Thank you very much, Tomek. I think, yeah, your presentation really made me think about, again, this question of, is the second best solution better than doing nothing? And also about the role of infrastructure being at the core of geopolitics, especially at the moment, especially also in the EU's neighborhoods. I think that's something we see at both global and neighborhood level, which is a good transition, again, to look a bit more into the EU's neighborhoods, especially southwards, with our other fellow colleague and student here, Natolin. Pablo, the floor is yours to take. As I said, he's also studying with us EU interdisciplinary studies here in Natolin, where Pablo focuses on EU-MENA relations, particularly in the areas of good governance and human rights. He's a graduate of law and political science from the University of Madrid, member of the Mediterranean Youth Council, and researcher on EU-MENA relations at the European Student Think Tank.
So thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the past papers. I think they were really, really nice, and they get to my point in the sense that, of course, I see some and relations with the southern neighborhood now after the invasion of Ukraine, full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine. We see that the European Union saw another opportunities to, for example, go to the south, and we see that there are renewed interest, for example, to go to Algeria, to Libya, to other countries of the southern neighborhood. For my approach is that there is, this entails some kind of problems, and I'm using post-colonial theories, which talk about the historical responsibilities of the European Union, how has the relationship between the European Union and the southern neighborhood developed. So we'll see a little bit about this. So in Repower EU, we have this goal that we have this perspective that only the goals can only be achieved through new partnerships, especially with the South and with countries of the neighborhood. And we see that especially there's like this interest in Northern Africa, in Africa also. So my paper also talks a little bit about not only the north part of Africa, which of course is part of the MENA region, but also how the European Union also wants to extend this to other parts of Africa. So there is an ambition to become the most important renewable energy partner. And this is also seen something as could be also even beneficial for this kind of, for African countries. But we have a problem as we were saying, as the professor was saying, this entails some different, it can be seen as, for one side, it can be seen as, of course, beneficial, but in the other side, of course, it can be also seen as hypocritical, because the European Union also wants to put its objectives and its norms and its soft power to other countries as well. So we have, there's a lot of scholars talking about this concept of coloniality. And if I could explain, or if I could summarize the concept of coloniality, what it means, it's basically how, when modernity started, that when there was this little more economic potential, and of course Europe in the industrial age was starting to be at the avant-garde of the industrial age. Also, we have this side of all these economic ambitions also affecting other countries, in the sense that these modern concepts of how we should evolve, these modern concepts of progress, only come from Europe. So at the end, we can say that Europe is kind of exporting its norms, its way of life, its conceptions to other countries. And this can be nice, of course, but this also entails a problematic way of seeing things, because, of course, other countries are going to say, okay, you're telling us which kind of objectives we should have in energy transition. You're asking us for energy partnerships, but what are we going to get in turn? Because our economies are maybe not as developed. We also have our interests. And of course, Africa is seen as a hub for European imports. And, but there is also some problems because, of course, we had some European countries that also had some interest in countries of, for example, North Africa long ago. And here I come to the concept of externalities of energy transition, which of course is not new, but there's, I would say, two main concepts in post-colonial relations that are related to energy transition. On the one side, we have the extractivism, which talks about how there is some countries that try to take advantage of the resources present, for example, in North Africa. And I'm going to talk a specific project that I think really shows like what are we talking about here. And green colonialism. Green colonialism is also like how we export these norms and how we want all these countries to adopt them. And I just want to throw a question is, are renewable energies as green as we think? Because of course, one of the objectives now we saw with the paper of Anna before, there's a really big push and acceleration to be more green. And this is of course great, but at the same time, there's a lot, we also, of course you know about this, all these green energies that of course are making Europe more green, also have some externalities and they're also being externalized to other countries. So for example, we have the project of Desertec. So we have this German think tank, or this German project that the main idea was, okay, we have the Sahara Desert and there's solar energy which is enough to power all the energy in Europe. So why don't we just go there and try to do a big project to actually get as much solar energy as we can. And this was expected to be like in 2009. And the main aim was to take advantage of the high solar radiation of North African countries. The problem at the end, Desertec failed because of political problems, also because there was not enough financing. But also, one of the main, there was also one of the projects that was taken by post-colonial scholars to say how this was so problematic, to see how these kind of projects like Desertec came only with European funding and really did not take much into account the situation of, for example, the local communities there. We have a lot of cases of Amazigh communities that were not taken into account, that were not consulted, and we will see what are the problems with this. So, and we also have these different perceptions of the southern neighborhood. At some points, the southern neighborhood is seen as actually an allied to European Union. For example, recently we have the partnerships with Egypt, with Israel, but also the green partnership with Morocco, which is something new for the European Union. But also sometimes it's saw as a ring of fire, as a place or a region that is not good to develop opportunities. So we can see there are some inconsistencies in the narrative of the European Union here. And also we have to take into account the role of local elites fostering these kind of partnerships or not. And this is where there's going to be like more problematic points. Why sometimes the European Union, for example, is signing partnerships, for example, with Egypt, and at the same time saying that Egypt has problems with human rights. Also, we could say some similar things, for example, with Algeria. And here we come to more geopolitical considerations, and I wanted to take a little bit these three countries, Algeria, Libya, and Egypt, as three examples of partnerships that the European Union is taking into account. Here I took a little bit the political situation of both three countries. For example, Algeria has always been portrayed as one of the traditional gas suppliers of the European Union and as one of its main alternatives of the European Union. But at the same time, Algeria refuses to sign any comprehensive partnership with the European Union. And this also is because even though there is high expectations with Algeria, there's also a difficult political situation, which is, of course, the problem of Western Sahara, and also the European Union has taken sides here. So I think also this is a lesson for the energy transition, where I think there is an understudied relation between the political considerations of the energy transition and the energy transition itself. And then we have Libya, which of course is it has less ambitions, where of course the European Union has deployed also some hopes. but there's also more difficulties. And the last point here is also the possibilities of green hydrogen. The European Union has put a lot of interest in green hydrogen in these countries. And of course, there has been a lot of studies that portray that this is a great opportunity. But at the same time, there are some studies that say that the infrastructure that we have now and that we're envisioning to have, it's not enough. So maybe this also is a way for the European Union to rethink its strategies. And this, of course, leads me to the last part. I think at the end, this is the conclusion of my study. It's how there is of post-colonialism can help us understand a little bit better the historical responsibilities and the economic links that the European Union had with North African countries, of course, MENA countries. And also, this makes, as we were saying before in the panel too, it's not only a question of what the European Union wants, what are the objectives of the European Union, it's also a question of how we need to take into account the domestic situation and also the inconsistencies in our discourse. For me, the overall conclusion is that we need to take neo-colonial perspective into account in the energy relations, the impact of local communities, and some of the solutions. I would say I don't think this could be a paper that it really entails a lot of really big solutions, because there's a lot of paradoxes going on. But I think green energy, of course, is positive, but there are a lot of historical responsibilities that also affect in the negotiations of energy diplomacy with these countries. And of course, this should be taken into account, or also the economic imbalances that are created or that need to be taken into account. Of course, CBAM is an example of how norms are exported, but this could also entail some problems in the diplomatic negotiations to get a better energy transition. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pablo, a lot. I think you really touch upon the key question of energy diplomacy these days, especially in the EU's neighborhoods, in the southern neighborhood especially, how we can actually meet at eyesight or at eye level. Is this even possible? Or how to at least structure future partnerships to make them more equal and not exploit further asymmetrical economic interdependencies. So thanks a lot for your very interesting paper and presentation. And before we move on to a public Q&A session, it's time, as we are an academic conference today, for our panelists to discuss each other's papers very briefly, a maximum of 5 minutes, please, so that we can, in the end, have some time to have some questions from the audience, from the public. And we start with Anna to comment on the professor's paper, Normative Europe Approach.
Thank you, and it was great to hear everyone's papers, obviously very, very interesting and insightful. So first of all, I have to say that I feel humbled to have been able to read Professor Pietra's paper on normative power EU. I found it extremely interesting analysis of normative power Europe in the field of climate and energy diplomacies. From what I have been able to see, this framework has been used for climate diplomacy, but not so much for energy diplomacy. So I find it very original, and I think it highlights already the thin line separating both concepts. So if we go back to our discussion previously of both Professor Pietra's and my paper. With the questions that we were suggested, which aspects do you consider the paper's strengths? So mostly its originality, its very well chosen framework, and gives a good new approach to the topic. With regards to what could be improved or what improvements, what could these improvements look like? This will obviously be developed, but a research question that was not specified in the paper yet. So I could think of maybe to what extent is the EU a normative power in climate and energy diplomacy, or to what extent does the EU export its values on climate and energy diplomacies? This could be maybe something to consider. And also mentioning at the very beginning the cases that you speak about, then Professor, so the CBAM and the Climate Club, and explain why you chose them. This could be maybe some room to include in the introduction. And then with regards to the argument, I find very interesting the distinction between energy diplomacy and the externalization of energy policy. This is a differentiation that Francesca Bazzella makes in an article in 2018. And precisely because the scholars and the literature have not agreed on a common definition of energy diplomacy, it could be maybe interesting to add this distinction in your paper to make sure that so we're speaking with the normative power Europe about norms diffusion, and energy diplomacy relates, from my understanding, more to dialogue, negotiation, and representation. So these mechanisms through which the EU can exert diplomacy, so dialogue, negotiation, representation, may not be compatible with norm diffusion if we stick to the distinction that Francesca Bazzella makes. So maybe a bit more of a clarification in that regard could be a plus, although I find it's already very, very original and very clear. And finally, with regards to the third question that we were proposed, so how does the paper speak to the panel's overall theme, and are there links to other papers? The panel, Diplomacy and External Energy Partnerships, a normative power. Europe is one of the most important frameworks used to describe the EU, so understanding normative power Europe in climate and energy diplomacies is very, very interesting for the sake of acknowledging the implications of EU climate and energy policies on third countries that we all focus on in our papers. So being aware of the positive and negative effects on third countries is very, very important to better engage with these third countries. Overall, it's a great paper, and I'm looking forward to reading the final version.
Thanks a lot, Anna. I very much agree with that. And without further commenting, I will give you the floor, Professor, to comment on Thomas' paper. I think some sort of reaction you can later on include in the discussion with regards to the other questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have read this paper with interest, and I found it a big correlation, which was between what I was thinking when writing my part and what he has written in relation to ASEAN. But there's obviously some elements, for example, when you indicate that EU is not engaged military over there, I was thinking, but I never expected EU to be engaged military over there. So it is a question, what kind of political interest and how this political interest EU could extend to this region. You know, we do not have from European member states Navy over there in a large number, I mean, like Americans. So we have to be present in a different way, and this should be quite clear. Then the second element which I found is in ASEAN you've got I wanted to say elephant in the room, but you've got elephant nearby, which is China. And obviously many things that you write is about something like trying to a bit compete with China. even this global gateway is something, a project, a concept, which is a bit like this BELT initiative. Yeah? So we are looking at China. China is doing something, and we think we should repeat something similar, and therefore we propose something. But it has to be consistent with our own policies, views, way of and modalities of action, because otherwise it's not correct. Then, and you have been very good in explaining about this financial assistance and financial engagement. I would like to say one thing on this multiplicator, so this factor of when you say it is engaged on certain amount of money and it has to be multiplied because there will be private money involved. When you look at the Juncker program and how this was used, you are using not the real effect, but what was foreseen. And I think it was a very strange calculation that arrived in a very large figures, whereas mostly that were investments that were done anyhow. The same in ASEAN. Many things are already being done because private business finds it profitable. And then Europe comes with additional money, says, now we've got a huge program which involves this money that are being here over. And anyhow, the same, the issue that you have been elaborating on whether this is a new money or it's already committed before. And I think here is a huge problem. In a climate negotiation, we have committed 100 billion yearly for all the countries, developed countries. Yeah? And it has not yet been reached until now. And then, for example, when you say we will have money here, the question is whether they are calculated within this 100 billion. Because if they are calculated, it means that on every front we use the same money, painted whatever color we need for this particular purpose. And that is something which is, has to be quite clear. I mean, that is, then on FTAs, the problem is with FTAs that Europe is trying to extend normative power in content of free trade agreements or other names of agreement. So you will have a components of environment, you will have a components of social rights, like labor rights and human rights. And with that, you've got an effect that is very difficult to negotiate. It's very difficult to negotiate because it's not only trade. And secondly, it's very difficult to ratify, including in Europe. It's not only in countries in question, but also in Europe. And therefore, we are stuck with many of the negotiations with many countries. And once we are stuck, because we attach a lot of things to the promotion of other elements than only trade, then suddenly there's a question of difficulty of development. And maybe final comment on one small thing, which is the WTO disputes. Because here you have been showing a kind of a different approaches of the EU. First, it criticizes for ban on export of nickel and some other materials which are very important for Europe. And on the side, we are being attacked by excluding palm oil from sustainability fuels, sustainability sources of sustainability material for fuels list. And therefore, it is somehow problematic. And here, there is an element of hypocrisy. Just to give you an example, I'm finishing, because it's already over. You know, the problem is that we are saying to Indonesia or Malaysia, because you cut forests in order to plant trees for palm oil, therefore you are doing deforestation, and it cannot be considered as sustainable. In Europe, you've got a rapeseed oil or other things which are being planted, and they're considered sustainable. In Europe, forests were cut 100 years ago, and therefore the deforestation of Europe is much lower than forestation in these countries. So you say to them, we have cut it some time ago, and therefore we are somehow protected, and whatever we do now is sustainable. Whereas when you cut now, you lower your forestation, and therefore it's not sustainable. And this is a bit inconsistent. And I think the WTO is a proper place.
I suggest you continue the interesting discussion on Tomek's paper in the lunch break when you have a bit more time. For now, I thank you very much for your valuable feedback and invite Tomek to comment on Pablo's paper.
Okay. Yeah, it was a pleasure to read this paper because I found it very similar in nature, like with my subject, that we are focused more on the external partners' perspective, not how external partners can only serve the EU. So I think this shift of mindset actually has to happen in the EU from the grassroots, from the students, and eventually to the commission to actually think about the partners in the first place. Also, I'm very amused that it is not part of your master thesis. So, like, I think many of us that are presenting today are presenting part of master thesis. So, I really congratulate you that you managed to find the time for another very consistent and well-written paper. And I think it's one of the most accurate paper for this very conference, external partner EU energy transition, but also new dependencies or similar challenges. You're actually answering these questions. That yeah, we are creating new dependencies, and we do have not only similar but also new challenges. But my question is whether more dependencies can create eventually independency, right? By cutting more than 50% of dependency from Russia, we are switching to much more fragmented dependencies on other countries. So whether as the EU does not have in any short-term or middle-term foreseeable future its own resources, like can we actually create independency in other means than diversification, right? So maybe these new dependencies, but in larger amount, are eventually good. The second, my problem, maybe not problem, but question that arose during this paper was that in conclusions you say that those investments have to include more local communities, we need to secure how profits are actually managed. You are quoting somebody that overall green investments are good, but the question is who manages the profits, who takes the responsibility for that, and many times local authorities are bribed, corrupted, and are exploiting local communities. But it means more conditionality, more that creates that the EU investment will be more problematic for those partners. And you mentioned at the beginning China, which comes in with no conditionality and seems as a more attractive model to many countries. So the question is like how we can position ourselves with increased conditionality to make sure that these projects are indeed sustainable and profitable for the entire communities, while on the other hand, other countries can just pick up on alternative power, which is China. But overall, I very like this concept of secondary colonialism, that we maybe have different tools, but the mindset are still in the previous centuries. And I hope that eventually this way of thinking will get all the way up to the decision makers.
Thanks a lot, Tomek. And with this, Pablo, if you jump right into the final discussion of Anna's paper.
I was very, very happy to read Anna's paper because I knew her when I went to Bruges. I know we are also both really interested in the southern neighborhood. So it was a pleasure to read the paper, Anna. I'm sorry that you cannot be with us today. So overall, I would say it's really interesting to see how you talk about these dynamics, so these this kind of policy entrepreneurship of the inside the EU institutions. It's something that normally I would say you don't really see, or in the press, or you don't even like in the scholarly literature you say it's normally understudied as well, especially in the contributions to energy diplomacy. So I think you really make a contribution, a scholarly contribution, which I think it's great. You are talking about energy diplomacy, but also with climate diplomacy, and you create this kind of new concept, of course taking some contributions from before, but I think this is really great. Even I would even say that you don't say it explicitly, but this is also great for discursive studies to see how you, at some point, you are saying how all the discourse has changed and how has been comebacks and to some point energy security, some point more climate. So this is also maybe interesting to connect with more discursive studies in the literature. And it's great that you also include the interviews with EU officials. However, there are some things that I don't fully agree. For example, when you talk about the policy entrepreneurship of the European Commission, or even more overall the European Union in general, and here you also talk about the concept of geopolitical Europe. Some people would say, or some scholars would say, that actually the European Union was kind of forced to act because there was like really fragmented points of view inside Europe before, and it was forced to act because Russia came with a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So there's in Carnegie Europe, there's an article of Young's talking about this, how geopolitical Europe is actually not really that much geopolitical, it's just a reaction to what was happening before. Also, you also talk about the concept of bottom-up technocracy, which I find really interesting, but I think you didn't maybe explain it enough, at least from my point of view. For me, it seems kind of an oxymoron in some way, but it was really interesting to see how you talk about this bottom-up technocracy concept. And maybe it would need more operationalization, but I think it's really interesting. Also, another point, maybe I think it would be more interesting to talk more about how there is a clash between long-term and short-term goals. And I'm going to explain myself. So we have this long-term goal of climate, as Professor Peters was saying, but also these short-term goals of security. Because, of course, we can see them in another way. We can see them of more global goals, whereas the maybe energy is more local, is maybe more of the European Union. But I think it's maybe we could talk a little bit more about this. You make this contribution, but I find there's maybe more to say, and how they are kind of reconciled, or how they are going to be in the future, how both can be reconciled. Other kind of questions that came to my mind, what is the role of other EU institutions? Of course, we know the Commission is getting more powers, is kind of getting more assertive in this way, but what's the role of the European Parliament? What's the role of the Council of Europe? How do they see this movement, especially in the field of energy? And how these policies have been assumed by the member states? Maybe this is something that can be seen maybe more in the long term, or maybe to the future, how they see these movements of the European Commission. Of course, I don't think they see it as a super positive contribution. Maybe they are, of course, each member state has its own interest, but maybe this could be also interesting. And how is the field of energy diplomacy evolving? This is also really interesting to see. Also, some question that I thought it was really interesting, because maybe in this panel we didn't maybe go much too deep. It's how energy diplomacy relates to some kind of energies. Meaning, is there some kind of energies that are now becoming more important? I know hydrogen is now in the mouth of everyone, so we were all talking about. But maybe it's interesting to see how it relates to different kinds of energy. But overall, these are all just questions to just keep expanding on what you said. It was really great to read your paper, and it was really great to talk about it. So thank you very much for your contribution, Anna.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Also, Pablo, now for your contributions to the critical engagement with the papers. I think it clearly highlights that we're coming back again to the question of, to this nexus of short-term security interests, long-term climate objectives. Yes, and with this, I would like to open the floor to the public. If there are any questions or comments already, I suggest, depending on how many want to raise their voice, to keep it short, to introduce yourself, use the mic over there in the corner. And yes, also heartfelt welcome to our guests online. If there are any questions online, you're also free to communicate them digitally. Yes, Pau.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Pau. I'm also a student here at Natolin. My question, of course, I think it's quite open for all of the panelists today, but my question would be specifically about Anna's paper. There's one part where you differentiate between energy diplomacy and climate diplomacy, but also I'm interested in trying to see now in a more macro perspective the twin transitions in how technology plays both a role in the energy diplomacy and the climate diplomacy. How do you think that technology, specifically in infrastructure and specifically more about regulations in the EU having an impact on how technology is regulated in Europe, what do you think this can have an impact more on both climate and energy objectives? That's pretty much it. I know it's quite open, and of course I understand it's not the field we're talking, but also I would like to know the intersection between technology and energy in this case. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Are there any more questions? I suggest we can take one more. Eric?
Thank you very much. My question is for Tomek. You mentioned in your presentation that more ambition is needed for the global gateway, especially in the terms of energy. You mentioned offshore energy, which is a viable option because the Asian countries is basically around the ocean. But this option is also very capital intensive, so you require a lot of investments that are very expensive. Are there other more feasible solutions, and to what extent solar is not an option in those countries? If you could develop a bit more on this point. And secondly, when it comes to allocating investments, the Global Gateway specifically talks about like-minded countries. We have seen that it has been discussed, countries like Indonesia banning raw materials imports to the EU, exports. So to what extent Asian countries are like-minded partners for the EU or not? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. There is one more question, which I suppose we can take, and then answer all three of them in a row. Please take the floor.
Hello, good morning. I'm Grzegorz Grobicki. I'm working for the Polish Ministry of Climate and Environment. I'd actually have a couple of points rather than questions, but this panel has been extremely interesting because it merges both conceptual level and some case studies. So first thing, I think the most interesting part was about the tension between energy and climate diplomacy. And I don't think it's only about self-interest against the global commons. And I think Anna made a really good point about the energy transition diplomacy. And I think the promotion of renewables as the technology is something, in the intersection of both of those diplomacies. And this is an example where Europe is promoting its self-interest by opening new markets, by promoting its technology to the global good as well. So that speaks both to energy and climate policy. On the other hand, I think the real problem comes when we have divergent objectives, and securing supplies, especially of gas, but also coal to the EU, is something that is in contradiction. And this is something that we can deal with internally, but this is causing problems externally. The third countries are getting mixed messages from the EU. Should they divest from the fossil fuels, or should they invest because there's a demand from the EU to get that. And this is a real problem for the EU credibility, especially on the climate side, where we are preaching for a transformation at the same time asking to increase the extraction. So that's a problem. We're trying to overcome that through the joint conclusions, but it works. There's also an interesting question of interplay between the EU institutions and member states, climate and energy diplomacy. There are networks of climate energy ambassadors, but it's not fully coordinated, and each member state has also their own priorities. One more short point about CBAM. I think this is the most interesting case study we can have, because this is, on one hand, a failure of the EU climate diplomacy, because it is showing that our normative power has its limitations. If we cannot convince others to be as ambitious as we are in the EU, we have to set up the barrier, and that's our failure. And it can be portrayed as a coercive measure. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, it is legitimate, because without that, we wouldn't be able to be as ambitious in the EU with our climate policy. To build a market, to deploy all the policy measures. So the question is, how much our diplomacy is driven by internal factors, about internal policy making, and how much this is actually about the promotion of international cooperation and the global commons. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Just to quickly summarize it, I think we have a broad set of questions now. Maybe you can, really briefly reply to them. First of all, we have the role of technology directed to Anna, then solar raw materials in Asia to Tomek, and last but not least on, is there even such a thing as joint diplomacy in this jungle of member state and supranational interests? So Anna, if you want to go ahead first.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pau, for the question. And very interesting. Definitely, it's true that I don't touch upon technology specifically in my paper, but it's a clear example of energy. So the activity or the objectives that the EU is developing with regards to energy transition diplomacy. Obviously, the new objectives for 2030 require, and the new ambitions on renewables decarbonization require huge investments on new technologies. The problem is that these new projects usually take, normally depending, but 10 to 12 years. This is why the energy transition diplomacy is really a long-term objective and not rather, so a normative aspiration rather than a practical and empirical reality. Because the policies that we're developing now, all the Critical Raw Materials Act, or the EU Green Industry Act, the objectives are for a long-term period, so 2030 and even later. So obviously, technology will be key for the objectives of the energy diplomacy that the Commission and the member states will carry out. But precisely, it's a very good point that for the industrialization and the new technologies to carry out the twin transitions, critical raw materials will be key. And here it's important to see and be aware that the EU now is seeking to produce more critical raw materials domestically, and the objective, if I'm not mistaken, is to produce 10% of the strategic minerals by 2030, which is actually not a very large percentage But because now we depend on mostly China, but also other countries such as Russia, actually, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, on more than a 90%. So it will be clearly very important to further increase the investments on these critical raw materials that are very much needed for both the energy and the digital transitions. And this will be a large part of the objectives of the new energy transition diplomacy in the EU.
That is a very good point to take a closer look at in the Asian region, actually, Tomek, if you want to.
Yes, thank you, Eric, for the question. More ambitions for the GGI. Well, first of all, regarding solar capacities, we can share later the map of possibilities in ASEAN region. It's much lower yield than Europe. There is one country which actually developed a lot in recent years. It's Vietnam, but it's also going already to the glass ceiling. It's a very cloudy region with monsoons, with high precipitations. So of course, there is some room for development, but solar will never be enough, and it's not as a big potential as for ASEAN as for Europe. It's even the same with the wind, because not every shore is beneficial. Like many of those shores are bays with not enough wind. So I was just trying to argue that the renewables have to be much more profitable to bring the necessary yield for the region. There is also, I was mentioning but not talking about it, the hydro problem. Basically, there is a lot of rivers because of the big precipitation, but you cannot simply build more dams, because you're gonna deprive local communities of fresh water. These rivers, Mekong River is already at the edge of sustainability. So basically, with all this mosaic of renewables, basically gas is essential as a bridge fuel, and this is the problem the ASEAN countries have with the EU approach. And GGI and like-minded countries, I will once again talk about Vietnam, because Vietnam is the country that has signed a free trade agreement with EU, has a joint energy transition partnership, but it's a communist country. It's definitely not like-minded like-minded country. So I think this interpretation of like-minded country during our lifetime changed from being more inclusive, that like liberal democracies, to be now more exclusive. When we say like-minded people, like-minded country, we think everybody but China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, right? So I think it's more about common objective and common policies than common values.
Thanks a lot. On that note, maybe on the last point of joint diplomacy, very briefly, I don't know who wants to maybe come in or has a point to make. Pablo, go ahead.
So the last question was if this kind of comes from inside or from the outside. If you ask, of course, post-colonial scholars, they're going to take you, it comes from the inside. It comes from a Eurocentric view. And here I also want to come back to this differentiation between energy and climate policies or diplomacies. The problem with the energy is that, as we said, it's short-term, it's related to interests of the European Union, and the problem is that it's also related to economy. That's why I talked about the European way of life. I think the problem is that there's an objective to keep on with the same pace of development or with economy and in Europe, and this is nice, but I think there are also other perspectives. That's other ways of tackling this problem, and maybe even less Eurocentric. Maybe we don't have to grow as much. Maybe the objectives that Europe is pushing for, they are really ambitious, and when I'm saying ambitious, I'm not meaning this is really good, but it can also be bad for other development economies, or at least we should just take into account that this is not an easy issue to discuss. Especially we saw it in the last COP, how there's like this fund that is for development economies. So there's some kind of retribution that should be done. That's why I took the perspective of post-colonial scholars. Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, I think also we are out of time already, like we're already 6 minutes over. If it's a very brief point.
It's very brief. First, I wanted to thank Anna for her comments. And I think I should change a bit in a final part, saying rather about energy transition diplomacies and energy diplomacy. Because energy diplomacy is much more about security that of a self-interest. Whereas energy transition is also showing an example how you could proceed with energy transition in other countries. The second problem is that energy is vital for economic development. In a third world, they need a lot of energy, affordable energy. Therefore, the question is that they want to develop energy sector, and they cope with that, and it's a difficulty how to make it. And a third on technology, we have been not speaking so much about nuclear energy, and obviously you've got a problem here, that you've got countries which says we don't want to have a nuclear energy, and they tell to partners outside, we don't want you to have also a nuclear energy. Whereas there are some other EU member states that come to the same countries and say, we could finance you development of a nuclear energy. We could sell you a good technology on that. So you see that here there is a problem, and I think that this would indicate the different approaches to energy compared to the climate. Because in energy, we've got a divergent interest of member states. In climate, we are much more united.
Well, I think the French-German couple is like the perfect embodiment of exactly what you were saying just now. I was working on that myself, and it's an interesting topic of managing these different interests, indeed. Yeah, I'm afraid we're out of time already, and well, a few minutes over. I apologize for that. I hope you still enjoyed our discussion nonetheless, gained some insights, food for thought for the lunch break to discuss over. Yeah, I invite all guests on site here to go over to the canteen to have lunch together. And would like also to thank our 70 guests that are watching online and following our discussions to have been with us this morning. You are most welcome to join us again at 2:30 when we come back online to continue with our next panel. Well, yes, and for now I would like to thank you and enjoy lunch.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the mind at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Madam, dear online public, welcome back, or welcome, to the second panel of this first edition of the student-led conference of the Energy Nest. I'm Giulia Turco, student of the College of Europe here in Natolin, and this afternoon I have the pleasure to moderate this second panel. I hope you're still awake after lunch, that you take your coffee, because I promise you that we are going to have a fruitful conversation, also enriched by your own contribution. In the first panel of the conference this morning, we discussed about how the EU is building new external energy partnership. in the framework of energy transition process in the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, occurred in February 2022. And in this panel this afternoon, we will focus the attention on one of the main risks that the EU will need to face in the next future, namely the birth of new dependency relations with external partners in the energy sector. Today we will try to eviscerate future difficulties produced by the energy transition process and to reflect on which possible actions can the EU undertake to build a more secure energy supply chain. I have the pleasure to conduct this discussion with three expert panelists who will help me to clarify this crucial topic and to answer to all your questions. After each of our three panelists presented their paper individually, I will invite them to discuss their following papers of the following panelists, and then the floor will be open to your question, and of course also people connected online are encouraged to participate and to ask their questions. Here with me, starting from my left, you can see Eric Valdivia, Fabio Indeo, and Sébastien Terron. And I would like first to invite to the stage Eric Valdivia, student of the College of Europe. Eric holds a double bachelor degree in political science and sociology from the University of Valencia, and is specialized in energy and climate transition policies. Today, he will present his paper, The Paradox of the EU Energy Transition Between the Independence and Interdependence Pathways, in which he analyzed the risk for the EU to increase its independence on the so-called prime movers, and he proposed possible solutions to avoid the EU over-dependence on China raw materials. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Julia. I will try to make it short and aseptic because I know this is siesta time for most of us, so yeah, I will start. So we will talk about the paradox of the EU energy transition. I will explain what this means. So as it has been said before, we are now in a moment of energy crisis, or we were last year at least, and every energy crisis evokes memories and fears from the past. So the fears and the crisis that we had in the 70s, in the oil shock, it was kind of similar from what we could see last year. So in this sense, security of supply was once again in the agenda of policymakers. We were talking about what I call the post-Russian energy paradigm, at least for the EU. And we are talking now about accelerating the energy transition and looking for strategic autonomy on energy, everything in the framework of the Repower EU. But when I was researching for my master's thesis, I discovered a very interesting paradox. In von der Leyen's speech at Bocconi University, she said, renewable energies are good for our European independence because they are homegrown. So with renewable energies, we will become independent in terms of energy. But 2 lines above, she said, EU is developing an overdependency on China regarding raw materials that are critical for our green transition. So how is it possible that with renewable energies we can be independent and more dependent at the same time? It looks like a paradox. So I was trying to look a bit more into it. So this is what I will discuss today, a bit of what does energy transition means, very briefly. Second, the importance of strategic raw materials and why they are the dark side of the energy transition. And finally, some solutions or some proposals to avoid the dependency track on raw materials. So first, energy transitions are characterized by 2 main elements. The first element is, as it's written here, the time that elapses between the introduction of a new primary energy source and its raise until a percentage in the energy share. So in this sense, the new energy transition that we are witnessing today is much more than a mere fuel replacement. It's not that we are switching from coal to oil, as it happened in the past. It's that we are transforming the whole energy model. We are transforming the energy system as a whole. And this comes to the second element of the energy transition, which is the diffusion of prime movers converting primary energies into power. That means transforming wind energy into electricity, transforming solar energy into electricity, and all the technologies that the EU Commission says as strategic technologies. We have some examples: wind turbines, electrolyzers for hydrogen, electric vehicles, fuel cells, batteries, etc. We have a big list on it. So, to tackle the energy crisis, the Commission published the REPowerEU communication. There are three main elements on this REPowerEU. So we have, it's not quite visible, so we have on the top, accelerate clean energy transition with renewables. Then diversify energy sources, that means searching for gas with other partners, as it will be discussed later. And thirdly, energy saving, which will not be discussed today. So the problem of accelerating the green transition with massive deployment of renewables and electrification, which means basically invest a lot of money on solar and wind and put renewables all over the place, is that if this deployment is made on an accelerated path that cannot be matched by market capacity, we will have a mismatch. And this mismatch will make the EU fragile to new supply disruptions. What I mean by supply disruptions? I mean supply disruptions in strategic raw materials supply chains. This is why this is the dark side of the green transition, and I will explain why. So, the commonly accepted mantra, and it's something that is shared by any EU document that you will read, I guarantee you, is that it is better to depend on the sun and the wind than to depend on Russian gas and Saudi oil. This is a sentence from a French MEP of the European Parliament. The thing is that this sentence is also holding an unpleasant truth, is that the more that you pray to the gods of the wind and the sun for having these energy sources, the more you dig your own dependency on the raw materials that you need to extract from Earth. So you are looking up to have some energy, and then you are progressively going down, 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 digging more dependencies. So this is a paradox that should be solved in a way. Strategic raw materials is a category that the Commission does. Just very briefly, this graphic that I elaborated. So you have one material, let's say lithium. If it's of economic importance for the EU and it's on a supply risk because the supply concentration is quite high, or it's difficult to substitute, then you have a critical raw material. Within all the critical raw materials, if it's strategic important, that means that it's also used in military or in other strategic industry, and it has very high supply challenges, then it becomes automatically strategic raw materials. Those strategic ones are the most important for the Commission. And here we are talking about lithium, we are talking about nickel, we are talking about rare earths. There are a list, as we can see on the bottom, of different strategic raw materials that are very important for manufacturing renewable energy technologies, clean energy technologies, but also digital ones, like drones, satellites on the space, military equipment, things like that. And it's not my words, also von der Leyen said that these strategic raw materials will become the new oil, in a way. She said that the economies of the future will no longer rely on oil, but on those lithium for chips, silicon. So yeah, the digital and green transition will make us more and more dependent on those minerals. But those minerals have a very big problem, because you can think, okay, oil has a very challenging geopolitics. We are very dependent on Russia, Saudi Arabia, you know, the producing countries, OPEP. It's not the same as raw materials. Of course it's not. When you run out of raw materials, your houses are not freezing in winter. No one dies if they don't have raw materials. But if you cannot heat your homes, it's a big problem. So that's a difference. But in general, we could say that they have also similarities in terms of supply disruptions. If you don't have raw materials, then these disruptions can also affect to industrial supply chains. That means Europe is not able to manufacture and to sell electric vehicles, which means higher prices, delays, and also in general terms, the biggest threat is that without raw materials or without enough raw materials, we will have a more expensive and delayed energy transition. And The question is, can EU afford having a more delayed and expensive energy transition? That's the question that the EU policymakers should address. The problem is that the critical raw materials are dealing with a very challenging geopolitics. Some argue that, you know, this is the market. If there's a lot of demand for raw materials, there will be as well a lot of supply. But there's a little issue that we should be aware of, is that raw materials are no longer regarded as a commodity. It's not like, I don't know, a manufactured process that you can sell and trade. They are regarded as very strategic elements. So there are national policies, nationalistic approach, trying to protect the extraction and the production of those raw materials. And as we see in the graph, the export restrictions for these industrial raw materials have been rising since the beginning of this century, which means less countries are willing to sell the raw materials to Europe as a normal commodity. They regard it as a strategic material, so they want to have benefit from it, as we will see later. In terms of concentration, raw materials are even more concentrated than oil and gas. As we can see there, for the extraction process, oil and gas is mostly concentrated in 2 or 3 countries, but when it comes for nickel, for example, Indonesia dominates. For cobalt, most of them is from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and then in rare earth, China is dominating as also the monopoly. But it's not only on the extraction process, but also in the processing process. China is dominating almost everything. So we are over-dependent on China already. Too much, from my perspective. But it's not only on the stage of raw materials, but also on the manufacturing of technologies, as we will see later with Sebastian's paper. To manufacture solar PV or wind turbines, most of the components are manufactured in China. If there's a supply disruption from China manufacturers, the EU transition cannot take place. So right now, the EU is trying to address this problem, and then they are trying to, what I call reshore, or try to make a new industrial policy here to build these renewable energies. But the question is, with what raw materials? Because we don't have them. We need to take them from somewhere. So how do we avoid the dependency track? The Commission just recently launched in March the Critical Raw Materials Act, which is the first, let's say, a regulation attempt to create a framework for addressing this problem. Because previously have been some communications, but nothing really formal. Now we have a document, we have a strategy. We, the European Union. So this is more or less the simplified model of what the European Union wants to do. So we have a strategic stockpiling, which means we take some raw materials in case that there's a supply disruption, so we can have a bit to manage for 1 or 2 months, depends on the raw material. We have primary raw materials production, which means mining more in the EU, but the capacity is very limited, and there's a lot of people who doesn't want mining in the EU. They prefer to mine, I don't know, in Indonesia and then bring the materials, because we don't want to pollute our continent, but we don't mind polluting other continents. We can also have secondary critical raw materials production, which means we recycle components with raw materials and we transform them again into a primary product that we can also use. And then the last one, innovation, which means basically if you are able to manufacture products that use less raw materials, then you are demanding less, so you can produce more with the same amount of raw materials that you already have. This is the strategy for the EU, but it's mostly internal. The problem is how do we deal with the external part of the raw materials? Because we, according to the EU, need to export at least, import at least 65% of our demand, which is a lot. So for that, there are different options. Reshoring, which means I take the manufacture from China and I put industrial policy in the EU. But as we can see, the dependence on raw materials will increase because, okay, we don't buy the solar PV as a whole from China, but if we produce solar PV in the EU, we need to take home those raw materials, and those materials are processed in China. So anyway, we are over-dependent on the supply chain disruptions. The second option is nearshoring, which means we put these manufactured processes somewhere in the neighborhood, let's say, for example, Morocco, which is very interested in solar power, and then we are not dependent on China anymore, but Morocco is. So we buy the solar PV from Morocco, but Morocco is buying the raw materials from China. So at the end, it's just making the dependency a bit longer, but it's the same. The other option is friendshoring. Instead of buying lithium to China, we can buy it to Australia, we can buy it to the US, but it's very limited because, as I said before, it's very concentrated, the production and the refining. So we don't have a lot of options for this friendshoring. So my preferred option, what I really researched in my master thesis, is the option of multi-shoring, which means instead of trying to bring the manufacture back to the EU, we put manufacture in every little country that produces raw materials. Let's say Indonesia for nickel, let's say Chile for lithium, and they build semi-manufactured products that then we export to the EU. So in that sense, they are able to develop a supply chain in a domestic industry. They produce added value from the raw materials. They develop their own economies. And then once they have this process done, we can buy semi-manufactured products from them. So instead of buying everything from China, we buy little parts from different countries. So at the end, we have a very dense network of cooperation and interrelation, which is very complicated, and these models are very simple, I know. The reality is much more complicated than this, but this is more or less the idea. And as a conclusion of my research, basically what we need to do is to combine the internal strategy of the EU, what has already been planned, with the external supply dimension, which is this multi-shoring approach. Only with this comprehensive approach, we will be able to get those raw materials, and we will be able to build the industry, and the energy transition will be done as planned, more or less. So for the domestic, we need the Critical Raw Materials Act to be fully functional, and then from the external side, we can combine this multi-shoring approach with instruments that are already on the place, and they have been discussed before, like for example, the Global Gateway. You can also invest in extracting and refining processes in other countries through the European Investment Bank. Or it's also very, very significant, what we had discussed as well in the first panel, the necessity for a new diplomacy, what was called the green transition diplomacy. The EU should develop this as well in the coming years. Otherwise, we will have a bit of problem. So if this proposal is taken into action, we have expected outcomes. It might happen, it may not, but that's more or less what could happen. You can have a little idea. So if we are able to establish this model, we can have a win-win cooperation model with resource-rich countries. Let's say Indonesia doesn't want to sell its nickel on raw and then just don't see the added value on its country. But with this win-win cooperation model, they have possibility to develop their own economy, to build a value chain and added value in their country. And then we have the possibility to have those components that are very critical for the energy transition. So it's a win-win situation. Second, we replace the dependency on China and we expand it to a more interconnected web. So we are not dependent only on one country, which makes us very fragile, but we are all dependent on a lot of countries. So this is a framework for cooperation instead of strategic geopolitics and this kind of threats. And finally, we can promote the Sustainable Development Goals and the COP27 commitments, basically helping those countries to also develop their economies, as it has been said before, and to tackle the emissions and also expand the green transition. So that's the conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric, for your insights and for your own recommendations. I saw Fabio and Deo nodding during your presentation, so I think you catch the attention of the public. Now, let me present you the next guest. Please, in the meantime, you can reach the podium. Fabio Andreo, he's a research fellow on the energy security at the Department of Political Science at the University of Siena in Italy, and analyst of the Central Asia at the NATO Defense College Foundation in Rome. Mr. Indeo today will present us his paper, The Vulnerability of the EU Reshaped Energy Security, the Unsolved Knot on the Imports Dependence. in which he detected the import dependence that the EU is facing in this moment in North Africa region, in Azerbaijan, and in Qatar, which are namely key energy partners for the EU, given this new geopolitical energy scenario inaugurated by the Russian aggression of Ukraine. Now, Mr. Indeo, for the next 15 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers to give me the opportunity to present my research. So, I think that we should reflect on this topic. So, it's my task today. The combination between the effects and the implication of the current energy crisis triggered by the Russia-Ukraine war and the European Union aim to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050 will reshape the EU energy security architecture. So, less gas, less natural gas in the long-term period, and replace it by green hydrogen, renewable energy sources, namely solar and wind. The problem is that this shift, this new approach has been characterized by strengths and weaknesses. First of all, the need to replace Russian gas pushed the European Union to achieve, more or less successfully, a strategy of diversification of suppliers, of geographic diversification of suppliers and countries involved in energy partnership. So, a growing use of renewable energy sources, especially in the energy mix, in order to achieve the aim of the carbon neutrality, but this situation is characterized by an unchanged and unaltered dependence on imports, not only for gas, but also for clean electricity. It will be one of my conclusions. The European Union will not be able to produce enough clean electricity, solar and green hydrogen in order to meet the domestic demand. So the European Union needs to import clean electricity. So it is a vulnerability. And another vulnerability is one of the dimensions, one of the negative aspect of the countries involved in the energy partnership for political and social instability, for geopolitical hindrances. First of all, the influence of the external actors, Russia for Azerbaijan, and more or less external, the case of Turkey in the Eastern Mediterranean, because Turkey has been excluded by the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. And political social instability that discourage financial investment of international oil companies. First of all, very shortly, the definition of the energy security according to the consumer perspective, the European Union, and according to the supplier perspective, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the others. We can observe that there is a common point, a shared point. The point is that the interruption of the energy flows, the lack of regularity of the energy flows to the markets provoke a condition of vulnerability which could be addressed with a diversification strategy. Countries which wisely diversify their energy sources, their energy supplies, are able to reduce, to downplay this implication. This slide shows the dependence of the EU on Russian import. 46% of the imports in before February 2022. So, you know, after the February 2022, the European Union developed and integrated some of policies and strategies in order to replace Russian gas. We have the Repower EU with a completely phase out of Russian gas by 2027, which should be combined with a Fit for 55% strategy. The EU will reduce gas consumption of 100 billion cubic meters of gas. And both of these strategies should be combined with the Green Deal, the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions, and in order to achieve the carbon neutrality. So, one of the main tasks of the European Union was to develop a very profitable energy diplomacy in order to find new suppliers, in order to help the European Union to replace Russian gas. In the REPowerEU, many analysts forgot to highlight this point, reflect some of the pillars of the EU strategy 2014. Three main pillars: diversification, increasing LNG, and regional interconnection. The REPowerEU also points out this to develop the spare capacity of the existing pipeline, filling the gap between the nominal capacity of a pipeline with the energy volumes delivered to the markets. But is another conclusion. You know that the spare capacity is not enough. 10, 12 billion cubic meters of gas. It's not enough in order to help the European Union or partially contribute to help the European Union to achieve its energy security. The increase of LNG imports and the partnership and cooperation with other suppliers and the energy storage, 90% of the capacity of the EU storages. Considering, I'm sorry for the mistake there, concerning LNG, before February 2022, 26% of total gas imports. But the European Union suffers from a vulnerability because we have a high regasification capacity, but only used for less than 30%, more or less 30%. And these are geographically located in the western part of the European Union, in the Atlantic Ocean, France and Spain. So these LNG terminals are disconnected with countries of the European Union which need to obtain more volumes of natural gas in order to reduce the influence of Russia. And one of the main hindrances, in my opinion, is that only after 1 year of the war with Ukraine, Russia remained the third LNG supplier of the European Union. So, on the paper, the idea to reduce Russian gas imports to the European Union, okay, by overland pipelines, but in case of LNG, the situation is the same. So, the energy diplomacy and long-term reliability of suppliers. Of course, it was necessary to find alternative partners and alternative countries in order to help the European Union. We have reliable partners, United States, which cover 50% of LNG imports of the European Union, Norway, of course. It is currently, as in the first panel emerged, the main gas supplier for the European Union now, and Norway helped Poland, which was a country which suffered from the dependence on Russian gas, developing the Baltic gas pipeline, helping Poland to achieve the goal to avoid Russian gas, combined with other factors, of course. And we have other countries which the European Union signed partnership and energy cooperation. So my task today is to show in the more or less SWOT analysis model how the strategy of diversification is working well, but there are some vulnerabilities, some negative factors which affect this cooperation. In the case of North Africa, geographical proximity of Algeria and Libya to the European Union, so it is easy a long-term energy cooperation with the European Union. Large oil and gas reserve and a huge potential in terms of renewable energy sources. And, as highlighted before, the very significant energy partnership between the European Union and Morocco, the Green Partnership, in order to deliver clean electricity from Morocco to Spain and to the European Union. Algeria, one of the key partners, export gas to the European Union, both by overland pipelines, underwater pipelines, and LNG facilities. And Algeria could also help the European Union to obtain clean electricity. But the weakness, the political and social instability affect the possibility to increase the production and to increase export. We have a lot of examples. First of all, the Arab Spring events in Libya, 2011, the Greystream gas pipeline, which delivered gas to Italy, completely halted for 8 months. The terrorist attack in Amenas in 2013 in Algeria, which stopped part of the Algerian gas production, and combined with political and social instability, it is necessary to satisfy the domestic demand in order to avoid social instability, in order to avoid riots. So, part of the production is allocated for the domestic demand, so hampering the possibility to increase exports. In the case of Morocco, it's very important to highlight that the only clean electricity interconnection between the European Union and North Africa is the interconnection involving Spain and Morocco. In the case of Libya, how it's difficult to develop new projects of exploration and increase production in the condition of instability, especially in the so-called oil crescent. In the eastern part of Libya, where are located most of the oil terminals, of course, but the situation is that it's very difficult for Libya to increase export to the European Union, which is very closer in Libya, all the huge oil and natural gas reserves. In the case of Azerbaijan and the Caspian region, Azerbaijan is the only supplier in the flagship project of the European Union, the Southern Gas Corridor. After the crisis with Ukraine, Azerbaijan was ready to increase export to the European Union. So we have a political and economic engagement of Azerbaijan, and potentially also in order to produce clean electricity. But we have a lot of hindrances which potentially hamper this project. First of all, the idea to double the capacity of the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, which is the last segment which delivers gas from Azerbaijan to Italy, so starting from 10 to 20 billion cubic meters of gas, it's not enough and will be realized only after 2027 if we have investments. Azerbaijan alone is not able to increase gas export to the European Union. It is necessary to involve other partners. But in the case of Turkmenistan, on the other shore of the Caspian Sea, the fourth largest natural gas reserves in the world, but it's impossible to realize the missing link in the Caspian Sea for the opposition of Russia and Iran, which are the other countries, littoral countries in the Caspian Sea, and Russia frequently oppose environmental issues in order to realize underwater pipeline linking the two shores of the Caspian Sea. And another issue which has been downplayed by the European Union Commission is that some days before February 24, the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, President Aliyev and President Putin signed a high-level agreement, which means that both parties should avoid any economic activity which could directly or indirectly affect the interests of the other countries. This project affects the economic interests of Russia. So it will be impossible, potentially impossible, to realize this project. Another big country, Qatar, second largest LNG exporter in the world, one of the key partners of the European Union, also the second partner of the European Union, with the future development of the North Dome gas field, which is one of the huge gas fields in the world. 60% of the future export capacity will be uncontracted. So,
Mr. Indeo, just be close to the mic, because otherwise people from home
will be delivered, potentially delivered to the European Union. Which is the problem? The problem is that until now, only 15% of Qatar gas could be shipped to the European Union. 70% of Qatari LNG export flows to East Asian markets according to long-term contracts. So there is not space allowing the European Union to obtain additional volumes of gas. The second point is that between Qatar and the European Union, we have political tension due to diplomatic and corruption issues, as well as the idea that the European Union want to resell Qatar gas to other parts, but we have also geopolitical hindrances and implications. First of all, in the case of tension in Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, we have not alternative routes to deliver for Qatar, to deliver natural gas to the markets. There are not possibilities. So in the case of environmental disaster or war or political instability, Qatar cannot be a reliable partner because there are not potential alternative routes. And in the way to deliver gas from Qatar to the European Union, the route is, after Hormuz, another strategic choke points, Bab el-Mandab, between Yemen and the Horn of Africa, which is frequently affected by terrorist attack by Houthi militias in the Red Sea. So, in the case, Qatari LNG tankers should divert away in South Africa with additional shipping cost and time to travel. So, it is a very critical option.
Maybe we can just jump to the conclusions,
okay.
Because you touched.
In the case of Eastern Mediterranean, we should highlight only two things. The tripartite energy cooperation involving EU, Israel and Egypt represent a key option for the European Union, because now Israel can deliver natural gas to the European Union, exploiting the LNG terminals of Idku and Damietta in Egypt, reaching the European Union. Very good thing. Israel and the Levant and the Eastern Mediterranean has a lot of natural gas to deliver to the markets. The problem is that Turkey is excluded by this energy cooperation. So Turkey is opposing, especially in the case of Cyprus, to develop, Turkey consider illegal each project of energy infrastructure in the Eastern Mediterranean. So it is impossible to realize this project of the European Union, the East Med gas pipeline, that once again highlight that it's very difficult to realize, 4 underwater pipelines. Anyway, the European Union is working in order to realize this project. In conclusion, very shortly, stability is the key, of course. The current, the strategy of diversification of the European Union is successfully, but there are some hindrances which hamper the full realization of this, and the EU hydrogen production will not be enough to satisfy the domestic demand. In the case, we can observe which will be the countries which support the European Union efforts to obtain additional imports of green hydrogen: Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, the same countries which have the vulnerability in the case of natural gas. And my last point is that energy saving, reduction of consumption, energy efficiency, domestic production are the keys to reduce the dependence on energy imports for the European Union, which is necessary in order to avoid geopolitical hindrances and vulnerabilities. Thanks for your attention, and sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Rimbeo. I know that it's kind of difficult to summarize everything in only 15 minutes, but I promise you we will have time to discuss the points that you didn't have the opportunity to touch in this moment. I have the pleasure to introduce you our third and last guest. Sébastien Terron is student of the College of Europe. Sébastien graduated at the University of Luxembourg, and he obtained the European Master Prize for his first master thesis on the renaissance of the European industrial policy. Today he will present us the paper Energy Transition as a Transition of Dependency. In his paper, Mr. Terron analyzed the characteristics of the solar industry, and basically he tried to understand the dynamics, the origins and the directions of the EU solar energy policy strategy, which is inevitably linked with the energy transition. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to show you, to make you understand why solar energy and its underlying industry is so important. As you can see right here, solar energy is now the second most important renewable energy source, still behind hydropower, but it's coming very fast. Indeed, solar energy should become, even before 2030, the world's leading renewable energy sources and source of electricity, and by 2050, it will be the most important power source everywhere in the world. It is growing exponentially, breaking installation records year after year, despite disruption in international value chains. In fact, it is the most important, rapid, accessible, and mature technology, mature energy sources for answering the energy transition and the massive electrification, as this graph coming from the 6th IPCC report shows. And this shift towards renewable energy and especially solar energy is already happening massively before our eyes. Indeed, 2023 is an historical year that everyone should remember, because it's the first time investment in solar energy will exceed the annual investment made in oil production. So it's completely crazy. The solar tsunami is also evident, since not only is solar capacity increasing exponentially in absolute terms, but also in comparison with other clean technologies. Indeed, by 2023, again, solar energy is expected to provide more than 2/3 of the new clean technology installed in the old world. But why and how is this happening so fast? First, because solar energy is one of the cheapest source of energy in many regards. If we look at the levelized cost of electricity, LCOE, solar energy, is the source of electricity whose price has fallen the most rapidly in human history, and the best solar installation today provide the cheapest electricity ever produced in mankind. This rapid fall in prices, in solar energy prices, is also due to the learning effects, the learning rates, which are the highest for solar energy compared to any other renewable energy. Also, solar energy is also so attractive because it is very resistant to price fluctuations and turbulences in the world economy and trade, and also because its price should continue to decrease even more significantly than any other renewable energy sources. And finally, solar energy has a delivery capacity that no other clean energy industry and energy has. At the present time, future solar energy capacity will by far exceed the announced pledge of governments throughout the world, allowing for an even faster and greater transition. As we shall see, this capacity is mainly industrial and it's mainly Chinese. So right now, we have to study a bit the story of solar energy and industry in order to understand the dynamics of the sector, since behind each and every, for instance, solar panels, there is a growing industry that is evolving in the similar fashion. The story of solar energy can be broken down into 4 periods, and is closely linked to the industry of the history of the semiconductor industry. The first period began in the 19th century and ended up in the First World War. It was mainly American and saw the first pioneering discoveries, such as the discovery of the photoconductivity effects by the French researcher Becquerel. Innovators were at the time seeking alternatives to coal and wood, but this initial window of opportunity did not lead to the development of solar energy, since these applications were not economically viable, were marked by very high upfront cost and investment, and the beginning of the First World War pushed governments and economic actors to turn toward more mature, accessible, and cheap technologies such as coal or oil. The second period ran from the 20s to the 70s, and it was still a very American period, marked by a growing interest in solar technologies. The main acceleration indeed took place after the Second World War, during the 50s, with programs financed by the NASA in order to use solar technology for space travel, to generate electricity in space, and also with the democratization of electronic device in American households. In 1954, the first modern photovoltaic cell was created by the Bell laboratories, and the oil crisis of the 70s further incentivized the search for oil alternatives, even though Reagan, at the beginning of the 80s, cut all funding for solar technologies. Then the third period began and lasted until the 2000s. It was this time dominated by Germany and Japan, which took over the solar leadership from the US by developing policies to support solar installation, research, but also every step of the solar industrial processes. And this period allowed the opening of the fourth one, where solar is becoming more and more democratized and used massively for energy production, electricity production. This is the period we are in right now, and it's definitely a Chinese period, since China is responsible for more than 80% of the world's solar panel production, and the silicon metal that is used for more than 95% again of the solar panels. This is very interesting to know when you consider the fact that in 2001, China was only accounting for 2% of the world production of solar panels and was importing 95% of the silicon it was using, silicon metal it was using for chips, but also for solar panels. So this is, this is a big change again. It's crazy, it's historical. To get to this point, China has used techniques already used by the former leaders, albeit on a much larger scale and more consistently. It has also benefited from other features such as massive, cheap and qualified labor forces, direct measures targeting the whole value chain, and spillover effects of all kinds. The solar sector, therefore, has many characteristics, such as the importance of taking into account the full industrial value and supply chain, the effectiveness of direct and supply-side measures, a lot of different kinds of spillover effects, illustrating at the end of the day that comparative advantages in solar industry are built, are dynamic, and are not given, nor fixed. So the evolution of solar capacity also illustrates the dynamics of this history with a geographical pivot towards the east, as Asia is now representing almost 60% of the solar capacity in the world. Similarly, industrial solar capacity further witnesses this, as China is the undisputed leader in 5 of the 6 sectors in the solar industrial supply chain in terms of the number of enterprise. But this can also be, again, seen, perceivable through the manufacturing capacity all along the solar industrial supply chain. So where does the EU stand in all this? That's the subject of my paper. This is the heart of this article, and I will summarize it quickly. But again, I want, again, to show you another time how bad is the EU doing in the solar industry. That is the cornerstone of its EU transition, of its energy transition. Since the EU only has a significant market power in the regulation part of the industrial solar value chain, which account for around 1% of the value chain of the whole solar value chain. So it's ridiculous. So the analytical framework of my paper is that of the theory of liberal intermomentalism, which states that national situations determine national preferences, which then influence the EU level of policies. For easier reading, I have also classified the countries into 3 groups. In blue, it's the first third, symbolizing the most solar EU countries. In yellow, the moderate solar EU countries, and in pink, the least solar EU countries. So we start by looking at the solar situation throughout Europe. Obviously, there are major differences and nuances between the European leader in terms of solar production, that is Germany, and the least solar countries in the EU, that is Latvia, in terms of the production of solar electricity. The country, this time with the highest share of solar production in the electricity, in its electricity mix, is Malta, which also has the greatest solar potential in terms of solar exposure. In terms of, if we look at solar capacity this time, solar capacity per capita, it is this time Netherlands that is doing the best in the EU. Now if we look at absolute solar jobs in EU member states, Germany is far ahead, with, very interestingly, Poland that is right behind. And now if we look at the solar industrial basis of EU member states and its various components, Germany is again far ahead, with other key European solar industry industry country, such as France, Italy, Spain, or the Netherlands. This gives us a ranking of the solar interests of each and every member state in the EU in red, which allow us to see in a second step that national preferences of the EU member states for EU solar energy mostly reflect the solar interest of the solar interest and the solar situation of each member state. For instance, Germany and the Netherlands are the only country with strategies dedicated both to solar and raw materials, while they are respectively the 3rd and 4th biggest EU solar countries. Then, the number of solar initiatives per country correspond fairly well to the solar interest, but there is no real coordination or coalition building between the member states to promote some sort of preferences for solar energy policy at the EU level. The only coalition, the only exception to this rule is the German-Spanish solar initiatives, not led by the government, but led by the German-Spanish Chamber of Commerce, which focuses on the industrial dimension of solar and the development of European industrial capacities all along the solar industrial chain, seeking to address the terrible fact that less than 3% of the solar panels that the EU is installing are actually made in the EU. Lastly, the last level of analysis, actions at the EU level. As part of its REPower EU plan, the Commission has unveiled a strategy dedicated to solar energy for the first time ever. It's called the Solar Energy Strategy, and it set out how the EU is intending to meet its target of increasing solar power from solar capacity power from 160 gigawatts to 600 gigawatts by 2030. Interestingly, it reflects also a real paradigm shift, since for the very first time the EU is not only focusing on only on downstream activities such as the installation of solar PVs, but it's also taking greatly into account the upstream activities such as the extraction, refining, recycling of raw materials, but also every step of the manufacturing and solar industrial processes. In this sense, the Net Zero Industry Act and the European Critical Raw Material Act should further bolster the open objectives of producing at least 40% of the European solar technologies it installed in the EU. Then European orientation are in line with the most powerful, most vocal, and the most solar EU member states. So it seems that liberal environmentalism is explaining fairly well the European dynamics in terms of energy, solar energy and industry policy. This was one. And very interestingly, the EU industrial policy paradox, which according to which the industrial policy is wasteful and ineffective except when it is done by Chinese or the American government, seems to be coming to an end. Industrial activities are again seen as strategic, essential, and positive in order for the just and the green transition to happen. And the Commission, most importantly, has rebalanced its approach of the solar trilemma, as you can see on my little drawing. Of course, many challenges remain, but the sector's characteristics make China ultra-dominant position in solar more vulnerable than the comparative advantages that European and American firms still enjoy today, even today, in the wind industry. That's all for me.
Thank you, Sebastian, because I think that in the framework of a transition process, focusing on the solar situation is crucial. So thank you for choosing this topic and to having presenting today your own thoughts. I invite both on-site and online public to start to elaborate your questions, because very soon is going to be your turn to ask them. But before, I would like to give the floor once again to Eric. We already missed your voice. To discuss or comment or maybe criticize. I don't know if you think is the case. Mr. Indeo's paper. You only have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Julia. Actually, reading the paper was very interesting, I have to say. I keep with the idea that it's important to know the strengths and the weaknesses of the strategy for, let's say, diversification of European sources for natural gas. It has been said before in the first panel and also in the keynote speech that we should replace 150 BCM of gas from Russia, which is a lot. And then you said in your presentation that according to the Fit for 55 strategy, 100 BCM can be replaced by renewable energies and by energy efficiency, which I think is quite optimistic, maybe too much. Actually, when you see the REPower EU plans and also the Fit for 55, they are not consistent even with the most optimist forecast of the International Energy Agency. Let's say the European Commission is more optimistic about our capacity to improve energy efficiency and renewable deployment than the International Energy Agency is. So in case, I was thinking when I was reading your article, in case we forget about the weaknesses, in case we think that all the commitments of all the different countries that you mentioned in the presentation are made, let's say Egypt can make 17 BCM additional for the EU, Israel can go from 12 to 21 BCM, Qatar can also give 15.5, and Azerbaijan can expand from 10 to 20 BCM. My question is, would this be enough? In case of everything goes well, the weaknesses are completely overcome, so every country is able to expand and sell to the EU. Will this be enough to reach this 150 that we have to replace from Russia? And then I keep your conclusion to finish as well, that stability of suppliers are the key of this diversification strategy. We cannot really know what will happen in those countries in the next 5-10 years because the geopolitical scenario is changing so fast. But what we can know, what we can do, what the EU can act in a way and just try to make it as good as possible is, as you finish with, try to improve our energy efficiency and to deploy renewables as much as possible, because this will be the domestic key to reduce our import dependency.
Thank you, Eric, for your intervention. Fabio, now you have the chance to comment on Sebastian's paper. I know that you found it quite technical, but I'm curious to listen to your comments, please.
Thanks, Julia. So the Sebastian paper was well structured and a lot detailed about the solar industry, but it was interesting for a lot of issues. First of all, I really appreciated one issue that is frequently forgotten: the role of China in the not only in the production of solar manufacturers such as silicon installation and the panels, but also the growth of China in terms of deployment of solar. I know that China needs more than 30 million barrels of oil per day because a lot of population need request a huge energy demand. But China is the front runner in the world in terms of investment, in terms of deployment of solar. And maybe I have two suggestions, but I don't know which will be the core of your paper. First of all, the fact that to point out the ambiguity of the European Union when the European Union talk about the rare earth and critical materials, because the United States and the European Union ship the raw rare earth and critical material to be refined in China, because there are environmental laws which does not allow that this process could be realized in the European Union. So it is another condition of dependence. The second point is that, but I think that you know about the huge performance of solar in the so-called Sunbelt. Middle East, North Africa, etc. So this huge potential could really help the European Union in order to achieve the energy security, and at the same time also helping to meet the domestic demand of these countries. Another issue about the history of the solar industry. Some of the points that you analyzed I didn't know. It was very important to know. Of course, I really appreciated your definition of solar tsunami. Solar tsunami is a very great definition which explains the massive investment of the energy companies in the solar. They are switching from not for real commitment to energy transition, but because this is an economy dimension to develop and to exploit. And other two things, the lack of pragmatic approach of the European Union countries. I have one example. The technology of the concentrated solar panel power was developed by an Italian scientist, Rubbia, but the Italian government did not allow Rubbia to develop concentrated solar power in Italy. Rubbia developed solar power in Spain, and Spain is producing solar with the technology of an Italian scientist. That's okay, but maybe it will be necessary that political leadership should carefully look at the perspective of the new technologies. And of course, and in order to confirm how your paper was detailed, there is, okay, the industrial dimension, the energy security dimension, but it was interesting also your point about the jobs, the possibility to expand the new jobs, a new category of workers, focus on a new, it's not a new technology, but the problem is that the lack of development of the countries, and then no, that's okay. But I think that one of the strengths of your paper should be should be the base of another paper focused on other dimension of a very huge and interesting issue like the solar industry and the future perspective of application of that.
Thank you, Fabio. Sebastian, now is your turn to comment on Eric's paper about raw material dependency, please.
Thanks. First, thank you for your comments, Professor. So, Eric, you know, I really like your paper, your views. So I will go straight to the point. I think, but maybe it's because you focus on the external dimension. But as I told you, I think there is a bit of lack of focus. I mean, you focus on the supply risks, but if you don't focus on the economic and jobs and social dimension of these risks, because again, it's nice to have finished products, solar panels and everything, but it's better to have the jobs all along the supply chain, all the value added, all along the supply chain, also because it has huge spillover effects. One of the reasons why China is so strong in solar industry, in solar panels, it's also because for years it has been developing its electronic industry and chips industry. So there is huge geographical, horizontal, vertical spillover effects, and we should take that more into account. Maybe I think it's a huge thing. It's interesting. It's almost funny because you speak like the EU was able to push industrialization in Indonesia, but I have doubt because the EU has not pushed industrialization of Europe since 70 years. And I don't see how the EU will massively change the global value chains or try to industrialize a country like Indonesia, which is already industrialized in some regards, but push all along the industrial, the industrial activities from upstream to downstream. I have a bit of doubts, but why not? That's all. But super paper beyond this, man.
Thank you, Sebastian, for your brief comment. Thank you for this first round of discussion. I would have a lot of questions to ask you, but I don't want to monopolize the comments. So let's open the floor to a couple of questions. I remember both the on-site and online public can participate in the conversation. And please, for people present in the room, just introduce yourself and please be very brief in your comments. And you can reach the mic over there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, all of you three, for your very interesting papers and presentation. I am David, a French student, and my question is to Mr. Indeo. It's about the political risk that you mentioned for our new energy partners, us being considered as the EU. Would you say that the political risk of these new partners is higher than the one with Russia? Because the reason why we wanted to diversify from Russia is a political reason first. So when you have to choose between the Russian political risk and, for example, the Azeri, Algerian, and Moroccan, and Nigerian or Congolese political risk, which, in your opinion, is the highest? And do you think that, we may have made the rational choice just in this regard in terms of political risk? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Do we have other questions in the room? Yes, please.
So, hello, my name is Anna-Maria Christoph. I'm an Austrian student here at the College of Europe, specializing on European neighborhood policy. And that is why I would address my question to Professor Indeo on Azerbaijan, actually. Because you were stating that Azerbaijan increased its production to be able to export more to the EU. However, it is known that they also increased their gas imports from Russia to be probably able to meet those imports. So my question is, what do you think about that, and what do you think about this risk of circumventing actually EU sanctions, or actually not having the impact the EU really wants to?
Thank you. And very last question. Yes, please.
Marianna Skoczek-Wojciechowska, alumna of Vocal Polski Promotion and also energy analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Actually, I have a question which will link a little bit of all the contributions of the panelists. So we talked a lot about different types of dependencies, CRM, and I am very surprised that we haven't heard Inflation Reduction Act. And how do you see, that's the open question, do you actually think that Europe has a strategy at all to address those kind of issues, both in terms of CRMs, but also Professor Indeo was referring mostly to the gas sector. So do you think that the European Union has a strategy to address the future of the industry? And I think the same question can also relate to Sebastian's contribution about the solar industry. Thank you.
Thank you. I will first ask to Mr. Indeo to answer first to the David question about the political risk of new partnership, if there are either in Russian, then to Anna Marie question about Azerbaijan, and then to the last question, and then I will give the floor to your colleagues. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Very insightful, which allow me to speak more about this summary of this research, and your inputs also adding other data to this. I think that before, more or less, before February 2022, also Russia was a reliable partner for the European Union. Cheap gas infrastructure already realized. Then, of course, we have a lot of energy crises, 2008, 2009, 2006, 2014, which show if the European Union look carefully at the energy partner, that maybe Russia was not a reliable partner. Anyway, I think that there is a political risk, but there was also a political risk because if you look at all these countries, these partners, they share very, very sensitive issues. Most of the opponents say that, okay, there are case studies. There are not case studies. The Arab Spring events show that this is the reality. If the some countries avoid to solve some of the internal distortions, this distortion can explode. So avoiding, the key point is the diversification. It's not, maybe I have no time to explain all my idea, but I think that the diversification means that if there is an interruption of one country which have a political instability, we have a big choice of other partners which could help us. If you are interested, look at the strategy of China. I think I'm not pro-Chinese, but in energy terms, the strategy of diversification of China is successful because China has a lot of partners by tankers, by overland pipelines, from closer countries, from far countries, with crossing choke points, not crossing choke points. So a different option, even if the demand of China cannot be comparable to the European Union. So shortly, the problem is that my concern is that, so my hope is that the war can finish soon. But I think that the European Union was not able to shift, as in the paper, from Russian gas to other gas. So I fear that if there is, again, Russian gas remain a good option in energy security terms for the European Union, without, if it is possible, avoiding other humanitarian and political and legitimacy problems. In terms of energy security, regularity of supplies, and the cheap supplies, Russia remains the best option. The second point about Azerbaijan, thanks for your point, because it's true. Azerbaijan is importing gas from Russia. This is a way to link Azerbaijan to Russian interest. And in security terms, also Azerbaijan can deal with the European Union, is a reliable partner for the European Union. But Azerbaijani leadership know that they cannot move beyond a certain level, because Russia is a very influent actor in the region, so can destabilize, but not in terms of military terms, but can influence the political orientation of Azerbaijani leadership. And if you want, one of the options of Azerbaijan in terms of diversification should be to find other alternative routes. Southern Gas Corridor, it's okay, but it is necessary also for Azerbaijan to find alternative routes to reach the European Union, especially from Georgia to the Black Sea, which now it's not so safe. But in the case of earthquake, the recent earthquake in Turkey stopped oil flows from Azerbaijan to Turkey. So the risk is existent. It's not only a case study. The last question, then I will give the mic to my colleagues. I think that the European Union was able to describe strategies to reduce gas consumption in the European Union. But I think that maybe it's not enough. It is necessary to, in my opinion, it is necessary to adopt some compulsory initiatives which really push the European countries to reduce gas consumption. But the other step is to increase clean electricity. Or, I not agree, but it's my opinion, in the case of nuclear. Nuclear could be an option, but for countries which have already developed nuclear. In the case of my country, in the case of Italy, there are a lot of discussion about nuclear, but all the experts consider that to start nuclear production implies 6-7 years. In the case of Italy, it could be 10 or 12 years. So it's not so easy. We need alternative energy flows now, in the short terms, not in the medium or in the long-term period.
Sebastian, do you want to add a quick comment on the third question?
Thank you, thank you. So clearly, the IRA is a big thing. It's a very aggressive policy by the American, and it's going straight against the interest of the EU again. So the EU has tried to enter with the Net Zero Industry Act. Here, I would like you to know that the Inflation Reduction Act in the US is threatening more than 2/3 of the battery plant project in the EU. And I guess that it's threatening at similar level many projects in the EU related to net zero industry. So it's clearly going against the EU interests. And I think that the EU answer is not going far enough for multiple reasons. First, in the EU, we tend to fear a subsidized war. But it's already happening since the very beginning of economic history of humankind. It always happens, and as in the prisoner's dilemma or the game theory, if the EU is not joining the race, it will just no longer run. And that's the big risk. So there is a second risk, the risk of fragmentation between the EU member states, stating that the EU, the biggest EU member states will hit their little counterparts, flowing hundreds of billions of money for the project. But again, this risk is overstated for the simple reason that when Germany or France are investing massively, this money is spreading positively to the rest of the EU, because the EU member states are the most important partners for each other. So they are good spreading and spillover effect, fiscal multiplier, everything. Another thing, yeah, to conclude, I just want to say that the EU response to the IRA is too shy, not ambitious enough. We should clearly implement local content requirements like the IRA is doing, clearly violating the WTO rules. But again, the WTO is dead, and I mean, we should clearly stop being naive once and for all. And yeah, that's my conviction. I think the trend give me reason.
Thank you, Sebastian. Eric, very quick comment.
Yes. Yes. When it comes to the third question and the Inflation Reduction Act, of course, it's a competitor for the European industrialization plan in terms of green and digital transition. That's for sure. But recently, we have been that the agreements between the EU and the USA are moving in terms of critical raw materials, at least, because we are seeing now a new type of protectionism that I will explain very briefly, that it's based on domestic quota requirements, and it's also that something that a guy working in the commission told me as well. What the USA is trying to do is, okay, if you want to sell electric vehicles or if you want to sell batteries in the US market, those elements, those, let's say, batteries, they need to have a percentage of critical raw materials extracted and processed in the USA. So I don't put a barrier on the entry of the batteries, a direct barrier, but I make sure that those batteries have a little component that is sourced from the USA. In that case, for the European industries, it's very difficult to access, especially because the USA doesn't mine a lot of critical raw materials, and the ones that they mine are mostly consumed by domestic industries. So this was a bit problematic in the beginning, and now we are seeing moves to have an agreement on this topic. But the EU is doing the same with China, in a sense that there's a plan, there's a proposal on the table that every battery sold in the EU needs to have a secondary raw materials component. Because what we can see is that, okay, we are trying to recycle all critical raw materials, but Chinese mined raw materials are much more cheaper than the ones that we can recycle. So we will never be able to put those recycled raw materials into batteries because manufacturers prefer to buy from China. So now that we are trying to enforce this share of recycled materials in every battery sold in the EU, the guy working in the commission told me, now China is calling us. And they are interested in recycling raw materials also in China because they know that sooner or later they will need to also introduce recycled raw materials in their batteries if they want to sell in the European market. So this new type of protectionism is something that we should be aware. Of course, is something that the EU and the US need to tackle in the terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, but we will see how it ends.
Thank you, Eric, for your own comment, which unfortunately was the last one because we are terribly running out of time. But you can continue the discussion during the 10 minutes break that we are going to have just in front of us. But I think that we can bring home very interesting hints from this discussion. And if this is the case, don't run away. Stay with us because we still have the third panel and the networking session after the 10 minutes break. Thank you.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome to our third panel of today of the fourth annual student-led conference run by the Natolin Energy and Climate Nest with our topic external partners in the youth energy transition and the new dependencies or similar challenges. So as you know, this morning and this early afternoon, we have discussed diplomacy and external energy partnerships. We have seen the advantages, disadvantages. We have seen it also from the perspective of those external partners, the implication it has. Then we moved on to see the interdependence or the independence or dependence of the EU in terms of supply chains and for the energy transition. We've spoken about solar, we have spoken also about a little bit about hydrogen, all the things that happened also in the neighborhood. But now it is time actually to speak about the unintended or spillover effects. So about the effects of the EU's external energy partnerships or about EU energy policy abroad. So today we will have the possibility to travel as far as Curacao, Zimbabwe, or the eastern neighborhood to see what is the impact of those EU policies and also of the carbon adjustment mechanism, which will be also presented by all of our panelists, or included in their discourses anyway. So please welcome with a warm applause our three wonderful panelists, which are Nicola Mallory, who is a junior specialist in Sustainable Development Department of PKN Orlen. Then we have Ursula Szalkowska, who is a project and business executive in global energy and environment and climate affairs. And then at last welcome also Jakub Bednarek, who is an environmental lawyer and climate policy expert. So please welcome them with a large applause. So please let me introduce now more thoroughly our first panelist, who is Nicola Mallory, who is, like many of us, an alumni, or not yet, from parts of us, but who is an alumni from the College of Europe, Natolin. He is currently a junior specialist in the Sustainable Development Department at PKN Orlen, focusing primarily on Orlen's group's decarbonization strategy, climate risk and policies, and other sustainability-related topics. Moreover, he also holds a master's degree in Eastern European and Eurasian Studies from the University of Bologna, and has a bachelor degree in Slavic philology from the University of Venice. So now he will present you his presentation on the EU's energy governance in the EU's eastern neighborhood. And well, it is a compromise between energy security and if decarbonization targeted are needed. So please warmly welcome him with a warm applause and let him come to the stage.
So good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here, to be back here. And yeah, so the topic of my presentation of my paper is the EU energy governance in the eastern neighborhood in the context of the climate net zero target of the EU and the very difficult situations in the EU eastern neighborhood, especially in the proximate neighborhood analyzed, meaning Ukraine, Belarus, and Moldova, which is very dependent on political concerns and other geopolitical related problems and challenges. Let's move on. So, I will move straight forward to the findings of my research. And the first thing is that in the context also of their neighborhood, but more in general, there is not any more space for dealing with climate and energy diplomacies in a separate way from the perspective of the EU. This has been showed by the resolutions of the European Council that have addressed jointly both diplomacies. So this is showing that speaking in a separate way of these two diplomacies doesn't make more a big sense. Why this is happening? Because from what I find during my research, I saw that basically while energy diplomacy from the perspective of the EU was more a defensive approach, because EU being an imported net of many energy sources, as we have seen, so oil, gas, and so on. Climate diplomacy at the beginning was perceived by the EU as an offensive more place in the world geopolitical arena, when the EU basically was at the forefront and still is in pursuing the most ambitious targets of avoiding, limiting, and mitigate climate change. This is like now is changing because, as we have seen also before, there are many new dependencies arising also in this new energy transition era. Raw materials are an example, but also the approach of the EU has changed, moving from strong bilateralism and multilateralism in the climate-related topics to be at the forefront also in realizing this agenda. So. Yeah, it's true that climate change is a global problem. It's true that EU role in the global greenhouse gases emissions is very limited, but the EU has chosen to implement as the first the most ambitious climate and energy policy, meaning transforming the whole economy in the EU countries. So like moving a bit away from multilateralism to very strong committed targets that bind all the EU member states. And as we see now, the EU is in a bit different position because we have to deal with new dependencies. Also in this era, we have a different position in the climate diplomacy, and we know that without changing our energy sector, that is not or will be not anymore reliant mostly on fossil fuel, there is not basically a very big space to treat these two diplomacies separately. Yeah, and the second point is that energy and climate diplomacies can coexist in certain areas, but cannot coexist in other areas. For example, it's very difficult to talk about energy transition, as we mentioned before, diplomacy in a context where basically the EU is focused on fossil fuel infrastructure. And this is a clash between energy and climate diplomacy that must be solved and probably will be solved in favor of more climate ambitious targets. But there are also so many areas in which these two forums can coexist, because if you are talking about renewable infrastructure, if you are talking about efficiency projects, this is a big room of topics in which both diplomacies find a very big space of coexistence and basically have targets in common. In the context of the Eastern neighborhood, which is my area of interest, the main finding is that the ambitious climate policy of the EU will deepen the gap between the more pro-EU countries and the less pro-EU. I analyzed Belarus, Ukraine, and Moldova, and it is clear that in the case of Belarus, which is over-reliant on Russian energy sources, the promotion of the realization of the Green Deal targets, Fit for 55, but also the implementation of CBM, and also the increase of renewable energy sources in energy mix and import of energy sources from neighboring countries, will have a negative effect on the possible also convergence between in the future, who knows, between Belarus and the EU. So it's rather different in Ukraine because especially if you are talking about the reconstruction of Ukraine that hopefully will happen as soon as possible after the aggression of Russia will end. Ukraine basically is already showing big interest in joining the EU climate and climate agenda, and to decarbonize the economy in order to be very present and finally maybe join the EU. In this sense, there is also Moldova, whose economy is less carbon intensive. Basically, it's not reliant a lot on industry as much as Ukraine or Belarus. And this could be also a good point for Moldova to become closer if they really want to pursue the European integration agenda. So we see that basically CBAM and also hydrogen represent two big topics in which that will define the future also of those countries. And what we already see today is that, for example, CBAM represents a challenge for all, but the political willingness of Ukraine is to overcome this challenge and get closer to the EU, while Belarus also is very reliant on export to the EU, even though now with the conflict has been reduced, but still represent a big portion of the country's economy. And we see that CBAM could represent a very big challenge for these very carbon-intensive industries. Just to make an example, the carbon intensity of, for example, of the Belarus economy is almost 3 times the carbon intensity of Poland, which is not the best in the EU. Hydrogen is also a very important topic because the EU has already, it became clear to everyone that EU cannot rely on its own production of hydrogen, and half of the hydrogen that the EU will need in few years will be imported, and the EU has declared that half of the import of the hydrogen will be provided by Ukraine. So this is also a big opportunity for Ukraine. The third finding is, in general, the climate, even though there are opportunities, represent a big challenge. Because, to put it frankly, we will not avoid the worst case scenario of climate change, the worst effect of climate change, if the EU if EU does not spread its own beliefs and its own ideas abroad. So first, in the proximate neighborhood, in which there are big challenges. And we have, the first thing is that there can be a clash between EU attractiveness and climate issues. The second is that these countries have different needs compared to the EU. So, for example, economic growth that is very needed and would be even more needed in Ukraine after the end of the war. And there is a risk of also become less attractive towards these countries, because by putting higher tariffs like the CBM, or by increasing the cost of the energy, as it's already happening in EU, the EU economically will become less attractive than it was previously. And by doing this, the attracting power of the EU could be also reduced. And there are other states in the world that do not put so much emphasis on the climate agenda, for example, also the US, that could become more present in those countries. Also Ukraine, for example, with the presence of oil and gas big companies in the Ukraine, that American companies that are ready to invest in this sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation, where you presented also the impacts on the European Eastern neighborhood. That's also one of the reasons why we are here at Natolin, to know a little bit more about the Eastern neighborhood. May I introduce to you our second panelist, Ursula Szalkowska, who is a project and business executive with specialist expertise in global energy, transportation, environment, and climate change, combining a legal background with the understanding of technology, market, and policy. In the last 6 years, she established and has successfully led a global subscription website service on energies and transportation within that regulatory analysis, coupled with market data. Most recently, she joined a US-based firm specializing in helping businesses to lower carbon intensity and developing sustainable solutions within energy transition with a role to manage operations in Europe. Her career started in the Polish central administration, where as an executive responsible for market surveillance, she managed and established an organization of the Polish fuel quality monitoring system and was responsible for Council of Ministers plans of fuel quality. And she also represented Polish and EU legislative processes and was present at many EU and UN gatherings representing Poland's position on energy. So now I yield the floor to her.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I already feel that, you know, everything was said. So what I'm going to say. Yeah? But okay, let's try. Okay, so in today's conference, I would like to contribute with 3 theses. The first thesis is that really the EU international impact beyond financial, financial or any other direct economic contribution, because as you well know, the money speaks the best. So beyond that, my experience shows that the EU impact is the biggest when there is a solid, scientific, technological-based, merit-based solution, because they simply speak for themselves the best. The second thesis related to the first one is that, again, my observation, the more the EU and the louder the EU speaks or expresses its preparedness, you know, to be a global leader in energy transition and climate action, the less our international and business partners listen to this voice and actually want to follow it. And the third thesis, which is kind of a summary of those 2 previous ones, is my humble suggestion that in this next upcoming, actually not upcoming, it's happening right now, this unprecedented you know, technological advancements, discoveries in the world, the EU is more pragmatic and more realistic and also more empathetic, because the world is really one organism and system, and we are all these parts are intertwined. So these are my theses for today. I have spent my whole professional life of 20 years now really watching the EU law in action. When I was leaving university, I studied law. When I was leaving university, I knew that I wanted to understand how the law is impacting the realities of people, but not in this way of, you know, in the real life situations like exceeding the speed limit and you get the ticket, not that. I really was interested in understanding how this very theoretical legal structures, which are predominantly shaped in the form of obligations, mandates, targets, how do they translate into business decisions, into investment decisions? Do people agree with them or they don't? If they don't, what do they do? What measures they take to comply with them? And the example of this policy is, you know, ensuring 14% of renewable energy in transportation. Do you know what does it mean? What does it mean to the business? What does it mean to us, regular people? So this was what really interested me. And also when I was leaving university, I knew I wanted to travel across the world. So here I wanted to give you advice. It's a life-changing advice. Please take it. Always know what you want. Have a clear vision, expectation and belief, and you will get there. So I got it. First 10 years of my career was a learning phase. I learned a lot about the EU legislative framework on energy and transportation. First, biofuels directives, first fuels directives, air pollution mitigation, and all of that. The second part was the implementation phase. And this is where I started to work on projects for third countries, very international, so this part included travels. I worked on projects for governments, NGOs, businesses, huge international corporations in India, Singapore, Indonesia, mentioned here, our closest neighbors, friends. And I wanted to tell you that all of these projects had one thing in common. In all of these cases, they used very well documented, very well established, researched, and analyzed EU policy that was eventually enshrined in regulations or directives. And this built these countries, these corporations, strategies and policies on energy and transportation. So what I wanted to tell you is what you can see here on top. These policies, I'm talking about policies from 90s and early 2000s in energy. They were first very well researched and documented, backed by data and scientifically proven evidence. Then, based on them, were built conclusions, and then the last step was a regulation or directive or whatever. Today, it's contrary, and this is especially visible with Fit for 55, but even more so with the subsequent policy papers such as Repower EU, and the Net Zero Industry Act, which is considered direct answer to the IRA, which, by the way, I think it's brilliant, and I think the European Net Zero Industry Act is weak, if not to say pathetic, to be honest. So today we have a concept of, having a target or this very idealistic, objective, and mandate, and then they are followed by these theoretically built models explaining
you have 3 minutes left. You have just 3 minutes left.
Okay, sure. Explaining possible impact in real life. Okay, so I'm not dwelling on that. Just wanted to give you the example of this very badly, well, not very badly, but type of policy which was shaped on this basis, and this. In my paper, I give the example of ETS and the concept of the free allowances, which is there, which now will be replaced by the CBAM. We discussed about that, so I have also a slightly different view on that, but okay, I will skip that. And what I wanted to tell you about is 2 examples, maybe more concrete examples of projects I have worked on. Both of them used the body of the European Union shaped policies on energy and transportation. So the first one is Zimbabwe. Well, Zimbabwe, preoccupied with this domestic spectacle of demonstration of power, actually is a negative one because they completely trashed the evidence and the advice supported by very detailed information about sustainability of biofuels, blending limits for ethanol and so on. And they established their domestic biofuel production, totally ignoring that, and now it's very unjust, it's not sustainable at all, and it led to deforestation of the country, to drying out of the land, and problems with vehicles that drive on this ethanol produced in the country. And this was, of course, because it was led by a dictator, and he and his friend, who was the owner of this ethanol plant, were, under sanctions by the European Union, and they totally ignored EU. totally. EU values meant really nothing to them. So on the opposite side, we have Curacao. It's a small Caribbean island who I hope still in this year will have the most aggressive and progressive clean fuel policy within the Caribbean region. And this is because they implemented the European EU-led program called Auto Oil. It was the program established in 2000s, where really first time in history the European Commission actually sat together with the fuel industry and vehicle industry to scope the very detailed research program on energies in transportation. They developed conclusions, and only after that they developed back then the best in the world vehicle emission standard, benefiting Europe until today, actually. So now Curacao is developing this roadmap, which is implementing European solutions, and guess what? This will attract European industry there, because they will have the infrastructure and fuels ready to accept the European or EU-produced products, elements, vehicles, and so on. And not because, diplomats told them, but because there was a transfer of knowledge, technology, and data-based solution. To sum up, undoubtedly, EU is, a front runner when it comes to energy transition and climate action. But it's also, it's front runner when it comes to ambition, but it's also front runner when it comes to over-regulation and complexity of the regulatory framework. And I would like to really conclude by saying that we really should focus on strengthening our own domestic industrial technological advancements, invest in education, and produce more high-tech solutions. And for that, we need a regulatory framework that will help these industries to thrive. And once we have that, they will transfer the EU influence into other regions, not by just telling them, do that because we want that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation and your sharing of 20 years of experience in the field, which was very amazing. So let me introduce our third speaker, which is Jakub Badnerik. He's an environmental lawyer and climate policy expert who is currently employed in the private sector. Previously, he worked at the Polish Prime Minister's office and took part in the negotiation process of the EU's Fit for 55 legislation package and the Repower EU plan. Jakub Badnerik was also a law clerk to Deputy Chief Justice Hanan Melzer at the Supreme Court of Israel, and he holds a degree from KU Leuven and a master's degree from law from the Jagiellon University. And we will have the pleasure to hear his presentation on the carbon border adjustment mechanism in the light of the right to development.
Thank you very much, Anna, and a great pleasure to be here today. So I'll try to be brief. So in general, in my paper, I explore how the EU is realizing a just transition externally. And as a case study, I take the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, mentioned today multiple times, and look how it impacts LDCs, so least developed countries. And I do that from the perspective of the right to development. So as being by education a lawyer, I take a pretty normative approach and look, is the EU realizing its legal obligations towards LDCs, and especially focusing on the right to development. When it comes to just transitions, in the external dimension, take a pretty reductionist views. In general, in political sciences, just transitions are a very broad concept now, and they by far exceed only the transformation of the workforce, but also encompass equal distributions of burdens, especially that, and also the protection of most vulnerable groups. But I have a reductionist view when it comes to the external dimension, and I believe that external just transition, as a bare minimum, has to at least be a human rights-based transition and has to be based on the respect to the general rules of international law, especially human rights rules that also govern the actions of the European Union. So today I will begin with briefly discussing the CBAM. It's a pretty well-known concept here, but I'll only focus mostly on the parts of the mechanism that are relevant for my analysis today, then move to discussing the influence of the CBAM on LDCs and on their economies, then briefly dwell on the right to development and how it functions in international law, and end with a general discussion about the alignment of the CBAM with the right to development. In general, I will argue that the EU, by enacting the CBAM in its current form, is violating the right of development of peoples in LDCs, and also propose certain solutions and amendments that can be in the future implemented in the mechanism. So the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, when it comes to its compatibility with international law, we mostly discussed, in scholarship, it was mostly discussed how much is it aligned with the rules of WTO, so mostly the GATT 94 and the subsidies agreement. I will not dive into that part, but focus only on the human rights part. But going back to the CBAM, the general goal of the CBAM is to prevent carbon leakage and, as a side effect, to increase emission reduction ambitions in third countries. In general, inside the EU, the emission reductions among the industrial sector are not sufficient till now to meet our climate ambitions. And so, hence the CBAM. The CBAM as a tool protecting against carbon leakage, because nowadays we have free allowances within the EU ETS. They have to be replaced to increase ambition. So the way to keep the protection against carbon leakage is enacting a border adjustment mechanism. So in general, on a very general basis, the CBAM mirrors the ETS to the farthest extent as possible and puts a carbon price on certain imported products and commodities that come to the EU. And the carbon price is set by the ETS price. So if you are an importer of CBAM products, in the future you have to surrender CBAM certificates, and the price of CBAM certificates will equal the price of ETS allowances in the current week. And yes, and you will have to surrender allowances that will correspond to the embedded emissions in the imported products. It will be mostly direct emissions, and under certain circumstances, also indirect emissions from electricity production. So, going on to the most important part that's relevant for today's analysis are the exceptions to the CBAM. And in general, I would say there are two strict exceptions and one de facto exception to CBAM. So first exempted from the CBAM will be countries that have an emissions trading system linked to the EU ETS. Then there's a specific exemption for the import of electricity. If you analyze the exception closely, it is tailored and designed for the countries of the energy community. So under certain circumstances, they will receive an exception from the CBAM in relation to their exports of electricity to the EU. And then there is a de facto exemption. So there will be a deduction of the carbon price paid in a third country in relation to the amount of CBAM certificates that will have to be surrendered in the Union. So giving a concrete example, the UK, they do not have an emissions trading system linked to the EU ETS. However, the price of allowances in the UK ETS roughly corresponds to the price of allowances in the EU ETS. So entities importing products from the UK will not have to most likely surrender allowances surrender certificates in the CBAM mechanism. So they will have to comply with the administrative burdens, but will be exempted from the financial burdens. So it's a de facto exemption. And what is also important for the further analysis is that the CBAM does not foresee any mechanism for recycling of revenues that will be directed to entities that are impacted by the CBAM. So there will be no mechanism that will be transferring the cost paid for CBAM certificates to the budgets or to entities in third countries. So moving on, what are the impacts on LDCs? So first, already in the impact assessment, the Commission admits that the adoption of the CBAM will increase the market shares of domestic companies, so of EU companies, and lower imports of CBAM products. In general, when it comes to LDCs, the exports of CBAM products to the EU amount to roughly 0.1% of imports of CBAM products coming to the EU. So in absolute terms, these are not high numbers. But the important factor is that the revenues flowing from those exports very often might form a significant part of budgets of those countries and significantly impact their GDP. For example, Mauritania, roughly 10 to 18% of their GDP is generated from iron ore exports to the EU. Sierra Leone, same iron ore exports, roughly 15% of the GDP is generated by those exports. So we can already see that intuitively there will be a detrimental impact of the CBAM on the economies, on the growth in economic growth in LDCs, and on the well-being of people there. At the same time, this is also confirmed by economic modeling. So in general, in my paper, I cite a couple of research projects based on economic modeling that confirm a negative impact on the economies of LDCs. In general, it's explained by two factors. Mostly that the exports from those countries are poorly diversified. For example, from sub-Saharan Africa, most CBAM products are directed to the EU, and those countries have limited possibility to divert their exports and look for new markets. At the same time, de facto, the highest carbon price will be paid by entities based in LDCs because they have highly polluting and highly energy-intensive industrial units, and at the same time have little possibility to, in the foreseeable future, to implement new green technologies to reduce their emissions. So de facto, they will be paying the highest carbon costs, a lot higher than entities from the US or entities from China, because also in the CBAM we have a possibility of resource shuffling. For example, roughly 11% of Chinese aluminium is made with hydropower. If it comes to the EU, it will not be paying a high CBAM price, or not be paying almost at all a CBAM price due to the low embedded emissions in the aluminium. So moving to the right to development, and also I see I have to speed up. So the right to development is a pretty contentious topic in international law. So probably lots of international lawyers will not agree with what I'm saying, but I will not dive deep into this topic since we are generally focusing today on the more of a policy debate. So in general, the contentious issue stems from the fact that the richer countries of the global north, do not want to assume any legal responsibility for development aid in sovereign countries. At the same time, countries of the global south would advocate for legal responsibility to provide financial aid. In general international law, we have two sources of law. It's custom or treaty, and in treaty law, only the African Charter on Human and People's Rights mentions the right to development, so it is constrained only to Africa. So there's no international treaty embodying the right to development. However, I would briefly argue that there is customary law warranted by practice and opinion juris that points to the fact that there is a general right to development. And
1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So moving on. At the very least, we have at the very least, while adopting mitigation policies, climate mitigation policies, we should respect the right to development of LDCs. So not implement reduction policies, greenhouse gas reduction policies that will negatively impact the economies of those countries. So then, as I pointed out in the second part, in general, the EU will be violating its legal obligation because there is a legal obligation, and then the economies of LDCs will be negatively impacted, and this would be a violation of international law and international human rights law. And just briefly, a couple ways in which in the future a CBAM could be adjusted. A general exception is rather not plausible. I would, in general, be an advocate of a maximum carbon price for products coming from LDCs. That would be roughly 25 euros. That corresponds to analysis done in the World Bank on minimum carbon prices in the world. At the same time, a recycling mechanism corresponding with joint governance with LDCs that would transfer parts of the CBAM revenues to entities based in LDCs. So concluding, if the EU wants to preserve its credibility towards LDCs, and if it takes its human rights responsibility seriously, the CBAM in the foreseeable future should be amended to accommodate the legitimate needs of LDCs. And thank you very much, then.
Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation. So now we're moving on in order to start afterwards the Q&A and the discussion, which will take later on. We will comment on each other's paper. So we will start with Nicola Meller commenting on Ms. Ursula Szalkowska's paper.
Yeah, so I really like the paper. I really like the fact that the cases analyzed were so unusual, because we are used to talk about EU-US relations, EU-China, or about the neighborhood, but rarely someone looks into such countries as Zimbabwe or Curacao that are so far away. And it's good to see that the EU policy, the EU has effects, various type of effects in those countries. And regarding what could be, I don't want to say what could be improved, but maybe a big number of countries would be even more like better to see like a larger number of countries analyzed, like smaller countries in Africa, in Latin America, in so this is one thing that I'm wondering about, how could be the consequences of the EU normative power in those countries that are not so present in our debates. And about the links, I think that it fits perfectly for in our panel regarding also what I said and what Jakub said after us. So, thank you.
So that is wonderful. So now I would like to invite Ursula Szalkowska to comment on Jakub Starrig's paper. And yes, as you both spoke about the carbon border adjustment mechanism, that is certainly very interesting.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you. You should, my first comment is that you should send this paper to DG Taxud. Yes, they should incorporate that in the impact assessment, because they're clearly missing this analysis from the point of view of our partners. So EU is usually discussing, through these models I briefly mentioned, they are discussing the possible impact for the European market, but they're not taking into account the position and possible impacts in third countries. This is missing. So absolutely kudos for that. With regards to the right to development, so this theoretical, explanation was new to me, because to me this is obvious, but I think about it as a human being. Yeah, I didn't know it was enshrined in some treaties and declarations. I would like to ask you to maybe, not now, later on we can talk about it. Is there any example of, neglecting or actually complying with this rule so far, or is CBAM the first case we are actually discussing that? So any concrete examples? And I think that's really, for the sake of time, what I wanted to highlight. And I also encourage you to maybe, whenever you have possibility and venues, to talk more about your suggestion, what Europe could do in the case of these third countries who will be absolutely affected by CBAM, because if I'm not mistaken, only Middle Eastern countries are happy about CBAM, not others. So thank you.
Thank you very much for this very concise message. I will allow Jakub Baderick to respond in 1 minute to the question you asked, and then later on to comment on Nicola Meller's paper.
Okay, so Ursula, thank you very much for your kind comments. So in general, the right to development was in the international forum never litigated. And that is also why it is a contentious topic, and we can discuss if it exists or not. So it wasn't strongly litigated ever. It appeared in domestic litigations in front of domestic constitutional courts and high courts, but never in the international stage. But then it was discussed as a general political topic, political agenda, and a general principle that should govern actions. And now we have, in the UN forum, work on the treaty on the right to development, and I guess we will have more momentum in that regard in the upcoming years. And then I guess that's my brief response. One more time, thank you very much for your comments. And then turning to Nicola's paper, of course, greatly enjoyed reading it. It diverts from, very interestingly, from discussing the traditional understanding of climate diplomacy and energy diplomacy, where there are certain contradictions within those two concepts, traditionally were, and now how they push a very common agenda. For me, extremely also because naturally, I'm interested in the CBAM, as you could see. So for me, and also what I found very innovative in the paper was that Nicola analyzes how the CBAM in its enactment will push certain countries closer to the EU. For example, he gives the example of Ukraine, that by trying to correspond, trying to adapt to the new burdens that the CBAM puts, it will even more allow it for the integration, adopting the European acquis. At the same time, countries that are already on a conflicting course with the EU will be and their economies will be even pushed farther away, giving the excellent example of Belarus. So that, I think, was really great in the paper. Also, I very enjoyed the theoretical reflection why the EU in the beginning was better placed to pursue climate diplomacy because of its structure and from my perspective also legal structure and the treaties, than to pursue energy diplomacy. So great paper, and enjoyed reading it.
So thank you very much for your comments. I remember reading those papers, was very interesting as well, especially as a thought seeing like applied one thing to another, from one paper to another. However, as we're running out of time, I see this marvelous public here longing to ask some questions. And so that's why instead of asking myself questions, I would like to yield the floor to our gorgeous public. So you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I'm Paweł Wiejski from Institute of Green Economy here in Warsaw. Thanks for very interesting presentations. I actually have one question for Jakub Bednarek about the distributional effect of CBAM for third countries. It was a very interesting presentation, and I really thank you for bringing up this subject, because it's not often that we hear from the legal perspective this argument. This is also something that organizations that we work with on the European level have been bringing up during the CBAM negotiations in order to include the perspective of third countries, especially least developed countries, in the regulation. I have a question, because you mentioned an argument which I think is very interesting, that the least developed countries will be one of the most affected by the CBAM because the companies in those countries have the least capital to invest in green technologies, right? So they cannot adjust to CBAM by adjusting their technology. And I was wondering if in your research, have you maybe found some data about who actually owns those companies? So in many least developed countries, the industry is owned in a large part by China. And obviously they locate there in order to avoid costs, to lower their costs. But in the case where the European market will be less accessible to those technologies, maybe there is a chance that actually those companies will invest, and there will be like more money flowing to those countries. So I was wondering if you have a perspective on that. Thank you.
Please answer.
So thank you very much for that excellent question. No, I did not focus on concrete ownership, because usually that is right, that it will be one specific plant and one in the country that will be exporting. So it's a very high chance that it will be owned by foreign capital and managed by foreign capital. And I guess that would be the main, if I would look for reasons why the EU Commission did not propose specific exemptions for those countries, because, for example, if we have the everything but arms mechanism, it exactly targets those least developed countries. I guess it would be through the risk of circumvention of the CBAM rules. However, still, those experts are so low in absolute terms, I think the capital still invested, it's not significant to make the CBAM an ineffective tool. But answering directly the question, did I see concrete analysis apart from economic modeling that would analyze case by case, what is the company, what is the ownership? No, I have not seen that analysis. It was more macroeconomic analysis.
So are there other questions here in the room? I see. If there are several, I might collect, but yes, I saw a question over there, so just get up and ask. Yes.
Hello, my name is Maciej Lipiński, and just a quick question for Ms. Szalkowska. You spoke of this transition from the research and knowledge-based policymaking in the EU to more idea-based policymaking. So why did this transition happen? What happened either within the institutions themselves or around them to bring this kind of change?
That's a question I have been asking myself, to be honest. I really cannot find this turning point in this modern history of EU decision-making and lawmaking. But really this Fit for 55 is really visible. So I think the European institutions got very aggressive with their approach, and they changed their approach to very to react to international affairs first without thorough investigation. So, you know, 90s, 2000s were times of relative peaceful years, I would say. The times when Europe was really thriving. During the break, we were talking about brains. This is where Europe and European potential was. And this is where we really were strong, because we were able to build the know-how, and R&D was always strong. And because of this international affairs, you know, the fact that China is so much expanding, US is also now running this policy of, you call it protectionism. Yes, it is, but they really care about their domestic market. And Europe, as a European Union, have no other measures than start to just be louder and more aggressive with the language. And for that, they don't need to do the really scientific assessment, you know, of their arguments. This is my reflection. Yeah, that's why I really, really think that Europe does not have anything beyond our brains. We don't have raw materials. We don't have crude oil. We're importing gas from other countries. Our renewable energy is sinking. I mean, we can, you know, explore and do more in solar, wind, and so on, but we need to change the infrastructure to do it. Liquid renewable energy is really sinking now. So this is what I mean by saying, okay, let's focus on our innovation. Let's focus on technologies here. Let's educate people who can then transfer this, you know, this knowledge, or we can build here and transfer somewhere else. So yeah, I think it's, I don't know, probably this you know, geopolitical changes are pushing the actors to react in this way. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I saw there was somebody wanting to ask questions over there. Is it possible? Yes, so please get up and ask your question. If there are other questions, as we're running slowly out of time, you can also come and ask it directly afterwards. Okay. So please.
Hello, Grzegorz Grobicki, Ministry of Climate and Environment. I have a question to Jakub. It was indeed an interesting argument to look into the right of development in the context of CBAM and the cooperation between the EU and developing countries. However, on the other hand, that feeds into the argument of a right to the carbon space and right to basically pollute by developing countries because they are developing. So I was wondering, how does that square with the principle of sustainable development that is trying to combine both social, economic, and environmental priorities in the development agenda? Thanks.
I think, first of all, we have to divert from an equitable division of the carbon budget. And if we look at the carbon budget and the historic responsibility for climate change, it is not possible to share that space with LDCs because our emissions have already exceeded safe planetary boundaries. So, of course, I'm not talking about a right to pollution. But the second thing is, because this is more a question, what would be the policy that would adjust the CBAM to be more equitable, to correspond with the right to development. So that does not necessarily mean a general exemption. But however, for example, when the World Bank develops idea of a maximum carbon price, it differentiates the maximum carbon price between the most developed economies, developing economies, and least developed economies, and sees that, for example, carbon price $25 or roughly euros is the same, would be enough to drive the carbonization in the least developed countries. So that would be one of the solutions. Or, for example, a mechanism that recycles revenues. I think, so for example, of course, I would not suggest a general exemption. However, that might also be possible looking how low are the emissions in those countries. But I would just look at the ways in which we would align the CBAM, not necessarily by just saying that those countries have no responsibility towards climate mitigation.
So is there another question here in the public? Okay, so I see none for the moment, so I will ask a question to Mr. Mellele. Because in your paper, you were pointing out the difference between energy and climate diplomacy, and that there are different responsibilities and relations which are sometimes a bit contradictory. And so I wanted to ask you if you know if some DGs are working against each other or mostly together in order to tackle all these problems. And then I had another question, whether you would compare the case of Belarus maybe also to that of Serbia, who also lost its energy independence, I think back in 2008, having Russia the control over. So if you think it is a mirroring situation.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works, yes. So thank you for your questions. So regarding the first question, my conclusion was that it was already like happening that the Council, the European Council, as far as I analyzed, the European Council was already addressing like both together climate and energy diplomacy, and this was basically the path that was already taken, and I think will continue in the future, and is profitable for the EU to continue, despite some areas where the clash is unavoidable. And it doesn't mean also looking at the examples of the proximate neighborhood, eastern neighborhood, that a compromise is not possible in those areas. Maybe the EU can also apply different measures towards these countries. And I don't know about the action of DGs, but I saw that basically the Council was already doing it. And regarding the second question of the comparison between Belarus and Serbia, to some extent, yes, but Belarus is in a worse position, basically geographically, because and also politically, because Belarus is over-reliant on Russia, basically in whole the economy, politically also right now, And if we look at the energy mix of Belarus, it's basically gas imported from Russia. If we look at the economy of Belarus, it's oil refined in different products imported from Russia, exported to the EU, and also chemicals, fertilizers, and so on. So I think that, okay, regarding maybe gas, Serbia is reliant on Russia, but Serbia is in a much better position to diversify the energy sources, and also politically, I think that despite some good connections between Serbia and Russia, there is still like a process of European integration ongoing, and yeah, the situation is a bit different, and I wouldn't like put in the same basket both Belarus and Serbia.
So thank you very much for your very insightful answer. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, our panel is coming to an end. It was really marvelous to see to what extent all your different papers were mirroring also, and also speaking about the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and reflected also on all the impacts it has in the eastern neighborhood, but also beyond in countries who do not have so much relations with the EU. But it was marvelous speaking to you, so you really deserve a wonderful round of applause by everyone. And so that is why I yield the floor to Professor Katja Biedenkopf, which will make the concluding remarks of the 4th Annual Student-led Conference by the Energy and Climate Nest here in Natolin. So you have the floor.
Thank you. A mission impossible, I think. So I concluded that it's impossible to do justice to all the presentations and the rich discussion that we had today. And that rather I would like to thank everyone, all of you, for joining here, but certainly all panelists, the chairs, the wonderful audience online and here, and in particular all the students of the Energy and Climate Nest for making this conference a very interesting and very fruitful event. So originally I planned to summarize the main points, but I actually now think that we should rather continue the discussions in informal interactions, enjoying the nice weather and the nice campus here. And I do not want to let you go, though, before I concluded with thanking a few people in particular and highlighting the contribution of those people. I already mentioned this morning, and it's in the name actually, that this really is a student-led conference. So, and some of you, you met already because they did a brilliant job in chairing the panels, but there were actually more. So I would like to thank Eniko Diek, and I'm probably mispronouncing many names, sorry. Julia Turco, Marco Sericola, Anne-Lorraine Mondorf, Anna Maria Christoph, Danny Truss, Emil van Karnegem, Nolwenn Arlen, Sebastian Theron, and Eric Valdivia. So that's really all the members who made this such a fantastic conference. Thanks a lot. But there's a few other people that I think also deserve some thanks and were crucial for the success of this event. And that's certainly Alvaro, and I'm not mispronouncing your name as well, Fuentes, and Barbara Borovich, I don't know whether she's still here, and Ambassador, is she? Yes, there you are. And Ambassador Lokowski, who is not here, but all of them really did a brilliant job in coaching and supporting all the students. So thank you very much for everything. But before you leave, a very important instruction from Alvaro, we would like to invite everyone for a family photo, right? But I don't know where we do this. In front? Okay, right there. And so thank you very much for joining us today. And let's continue the discussion informally outside. Thank you.
Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin. Imagine a place where nature and study intertwine, a learning environment with history written into its walls, an academic culture grounded in understanding and the pursuit of excellence, and home to a community forged of shared values and aspirations. Imagine a place where knowledge blossoms, tailored towards personal and professional development, nourished by the experiences and perspectives of many, and by the minds at its very heart. Imagine a wider perspective. Imagine Natolin.